here it goes. So I'm going to, I have a response that's due tomorrow. I can't, it's really hard for me to read. Actually, every time I look at it, I start to have a meltdown. And my heart races so much, and then I get really exhausted. And if I don't lay down, so I lay down and I go to sleep. And every time I've looked at this, it's been really traumatizing. It's like that for everybody, though. Especially if this is a very complex trauma, ending up homeless and dealing with landlords, and it's been my whole life. So I'm going to start with my human rights application. I'm going to try and get close to this because I'm using a transcriber to record this video that I'm going to post onto YouTube. And I'm also going to ask this phone of mine to record everything I'm saying. So I submitted this April 11th. Basically, we hadn't expedited the court cases to resolve this because things were taking exponentially too long. It's been 2 years since I sent my first application. Well, actually, I started complaining at the Ontario Landlord Tenant Board in 2020 with the police and getting nowhere. And, I was filing my application at the Ontario Landlord Tenant Board in 2020, right after she used her vehicle as a weapon. I spent the entire month of June gathering all of my evidence from the time I moved in until June. And at the end of June, before I was able to get everything done, I was just in the middle of typing up my T2. I was like, I'm going to serve her. I had warned Jan SADDY that I was going to serve her basically since October, since her first time trying to change the contract on me and became abusive when I said no. I told her I was going to sue her since December 2019 if she didn't stop, and she just continuously got worse. And then in June 2020, I was working on that application to gather that evidence from December until then. And she's been lying about things since I moved in October, and giving me no notice and just being a real bully. And I called her out on being a bully in December, and I told her I was going to sue her, and I kept dealing with her bullying up until June 2020 when she used her car as a weapon. And I was like, I've had enough of this, and I started working on my application in June 2020. Police were involved at that point, and there was no going back. Now I had to sue her. While processing that application, she quickly created an application at the Ontario Landlord Tenant Board asking for my eviction in 7 days. Okay, she wanted me out in July. She said that I was a threat. She basically lied. She used 3 examples from December and April and then June. And fortunately, I had recorded all 3 incidents. In fact, the moment she said that she was going to do anything to get me out on that recording in December after I called her a bully, I had recorded everything, and I started to check all my bases. I started to talk to neighbors and make sure that they were okay with me. I talked to everybody around me and made sure that my bases were checked and that there were no possible explanations that she could evict me for no reason, which is what she promised to do for me in December when I said that I wouldn't stop smoking in the apartment because the lease said that I could. There was nothing in the lease about not smoking, and I know what my rights were, and I put my foot down and I said, no, I'm not. I'm writing my book. There's all these reasons. I'm stressed. I don't feel like going outside. I smoke my medicine. I shouldn't have even had to explain myself. She should have known her obligations as a landlord And she should have been, you know what? That's right. I didn't put it in the lease. I shouldn't even be asking you. And she harassed me for like months. And I finally was like, you know what? No, you know what? This is my place that I'm renting. It's $19,000 contract. If you don't want smokers, you should have put it in, because I specifically look for places outside of that discrimination. I do not want to pay for a place that I can't smoke in. Period. The problems, I have to light this again. This cigarette just went out. The problem with being evicted, so when she came up with this June 20 statement against me, 2020, sorry, it said that I was the reason why someone moved out in December, but I talked to them in December before they moved out, and they bought a house, and they were looking for a house for a while, and now something came up, so I had nothing to do with them moving out, and I got that on recording, and my mom was a witness. Then, in April, after 4 months of being a nuisance in my life, after I basically put my foot down, after the people upstairs moved out, after they bought a house, she spent like 4 months ripping up the first thing she did was rip up the entire floor and in the space above me. And that created zero sound barrier. I'm telling you, it was already papered before in this 100-year-old home. After she ripped the floor out upstairs, you could hear people sniffle. Like, it's basically like the equivalence of, well, my apartment downstairs has very little insulation between us two, and we can hear each other as well. So I even asked her before I moved in, I said, has there been soundproofing? Oh, yeah. So she lied about that before I moved in. And then when the upstairs tenants moved out after they bought their house, the construction began. But it wasn't like any other construction, okay? Like, I've lived in a lot of places in my life, professional places. Some places always have something going on. This woman hired all of her friends. Okay, they were all well-known contractors that she's been dealing with for a very, very long time. They were all buddies. Proven so because they all got together and she hung out with the place across the street and their friend's place. They were all very, very close, been working together for a very long time. Some of them I think were family, or, they definitely acted very, very, very close. And she basically had the most irregular schedule for ripping out an entire kitchen, ripping out the entire floor. God knows what they were doing. I asked from the very beginning in January to get a schedule of what changes were happening and like what I can expect. And I was refused. I continued to get updates from the person that lived on the 4th floor. Her name was Anita. And Anita was very close with Jan. They're like best friends. Jan takes her everywhere, drives around, does her, grocery shopping for her. I think she's been living there for, subsidized rate. There were periods when I heard them talking about not being able to pay rent, and she was like, don't worry about it. There's definitely a favoritism for that 4th unit. She watered her entire garden. Like, she's been going way above and beyond for Anita. And Anita got the full schedule of construction. So anytime that there was going to be flooring redone or this and that, where it was going to be a nuisance, where you would need to plan around. And I am someone who works from home. I have all these lawsuits going. I have appointments going. I'm talking on the phone all day. I'm dealing with all these things, and it was extremely difficult to work around the seemingly 12-hour shift. She worked off and on, like she had people in and out all at different times, and they seem to have really taken their time. The work schedule would be off and on every single day, and I had no idea what to expect. I would have friends over, and they would no longer feel comfortable coming over to my place because I couldn't be like, oh yeah, this is what to expect here. It became a nuisance where I could no longer work in my home. I could no longer make money. I am also I create online content to survive while I sue my employer, and I could no longer invite people over to film with. And it became an extremely difficult situation because if I did invite someone over to film with, she was here all day, every day, hanging out with these contractors. I had no idea when she was going to be here. And she had already discriminated me for my sex work. And so I felt extremely ashamed of that to begin with. And it just increased this bubble of shame. And I was unable to work because of that. And, I thought, well, if I bring someone over and we're filming, how am I supposed to, you couldn't even whisper. I could hear every conversation that they were having perfectly between these walls. And it was extremely difficult for me to put somebody through that, while we're filming and having a full conversation going on upstairs and then being able to hear us. It was a very big invasion of my privacy to have my landlord to have full access to my apartment through sound, basically. And I was oppressed in the sense that she was looking for ways to get me evicted. I also, very important, I also overheard, like, she gave Anita a couple tours of the apartment as it was being done. And I was getting my car looked at for something, or I had it parked somewhere else, I don't know, but she didn't think I was home. And she was talking a lot louder, because normally, like, I can hear, it was really weird because there were moments when Jan SADDY, would purposely make sound. Like, she would stomp really loud up my stairs. She'd come in really early in the morning and, like, bang around stuff. Like, she did this for a very long time. And she just purposely tried to make extra noise, walking around with big heavy boots and just really heavy. And then there were times when, there were where her voice went down, and I felt that's odd, so she wants me to hear one thing but not other things. She was very, very strategic. I don't believe I'm the first person that she's gotten rid of like this. I believe that she's done this many times and it's been very successful for her. And for me to really have put my foot down so firmly, it's caused her to become extremely vicious and creative because she's not getting her way. And this entire lawsuit started because of her not getting her way and being able to change the contract after I signed it and after I moved in and hung up all my stuff. Speaking of smoking, like, I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna live outside? All this stress is like one cigarette after another, because it's just like, I want to fucking die. So, long story short, she's up there. She doesn't think I'm home because my car's not there. And my car's always home, basically, because I work from home. I'm always here. And she's talking to Anita about purposely making my life a living hell, basically. And she's like, she wants me out. She's talking bad about me. Can't stand me. Doesn't know what to do with me. Wants me gone. Like, just having a whole open book conversation about how much she hates me with Anita upstairs. And I'm just like, okay. I really wanted to fix it. This is, when was this? This was like early on in this, like, February, March or something. I had gotten over Corona too, and I'm trying to fix it with her. I know that this situation's bad. And I'm smoking outside this whole time, by the way. We all agreed. We all came to an agreement that I would continue smoking my marijuana inside because I didn't want to keep upsetting her. I actually was like, okay, fine. I'll smoke my cigarettes outside. And I'm going to continue smoking my marijuana inside because that's during an active meltdown. And I'm not going to have an active meltdown. Like, I smoke my medicine to calm down. I'm not going to go outside and do that. And you can't. And she agreed. So I had already agreed to her terms. I thought I was going to be able to fix things. And I had just made her soup for coronavirus. And, like, I put a note on it. I made soup, froze a whole bunch of stuff and gave it to everybody in the in the house. This is like February, March 2020. And then I heard that conversation going. I'm like, oh my God. And instead of making it worse, I could have been like, oh my God, a lot of people would react poorly to that, but I was like, how can I continue fixing this? And so before I moved in, we had come to the terms that she wanted her front yard to look like it had, like it had the same quality of garden that the other places on this very historical street have. And she was really excited that, a professional gardener was going to come in and change the front yard. And she was really excited because the neighbor that I used to have is actually her friend. So her friend MJ that was at this lease signing with me and my mom, I brought my mom as a witness. And I ran into MJ. He used to be my old neighbor, like literally next door. And I was like, I remember you. And she's like, I remember you. She's like, you used to live on Craig Street. I'm like, yeah. And you had that beautiful garden. I'm like, yeah, And when I lived on Craig Street, I had this gorgeous garden and I cut out the whole front yard. And everyone would stop and be like, oh my gosh, beautiful. What's this? Will you do mine? Da, 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 da. And it's really interesting because we basically, I got distracted. I did ask to check the basement to see the electrical panel. The one thing I look for is like, because of our old home, I was like, I wanted to make sure the electrical's updated and well labeled. And, I do certain checks and stuff to like make sure I don't get into a situation where I'm with a bad landlord or a fucking, because they all tell you what they want you to hear. And I was so excited that MJ was there and we were talking about my garden. I was going to build a garden. That I kind of missed the fact that she put her P.O. box down, and that's a huge red flag. Because when people only put their P.O. box down on the lease, that was really the only red flag, because the whole lease was really well written. I read the whole thing. I'm like, this is good. And I missed the fact that she put her P.O. box down. And that usually means that people don't want to be found. And the kind of people that don't want to be found are the kind of people that like to push buttons and piss people off. Like, I have no problem putting my address up in the public because I don't go around pissing people off that I know that I can't, like, you know what I mean? Like, the only people I piss off are the people that are doing criminal behavior. And, I'm not worried about them finding me because, they're criminals. Like, they don't need me to give them my address. But, like, criminals like to stay hidden. They don't like to be easily found. And that's usually a big red flag. That's something that I've learned, through my own experience. And I signed the lease and I was so excited. And I was like, oh my God, this is a fresh new start. Moving to London to write my book and be with my family. And I thought maybe in the first year that I'll be here, that other lawsuit with my employer will be done. That was kind of my mission. I thought, I'll move to London and I'll recharge and I will won't be here long. It will be a short lease. I paid off 6 months of my rent. It's like, here you go. Don't have to worry about it. I'm writing a book and doing all this stuff. And we'll garden in the springtime, I said. She was really excited. I created a plan right away, actually. I looked at everything. I put plants in. I started gardening that month. Like October 2019, I put in a whole bunch of plants. And I created a plan for her. And she said she didn't even want to see it. She trusts me. She saw my work. And she trusts MJ, who saw my gardens. So in April of 2020, after all these problems, we came to an agreement, but we weren't really happy with each other, and she was creating a nuisance for me, and she's talking about purposely doing that to get me to move out. And she's purposely not giving me any schedule, cutting water off 30 minutes before, all these things that you're not supposed to do that would normally create a nuisance in somebody's life. She's doing it on purpose to make my life hell so that I choose to move out. And I've asked her repeatedly over and over and over and over again for some sort of schedule so that I can schedule my life around it. And she refused. But she's giving Anita everything that she needs, which is the other apartment adjacent to this construction. So I was getting everything that I needed to prove to the court that this is a nuisance. I literally have. I've gotten everything that I've needed to prove that this person knew what her obligations were as a landlord. And what I would do, I told her I would sue her as well. I'm like, if you don't do this, all of it's in writing. I've sent all the text messages in. And get this is the second thing that she put on there that was a threat to evict me in 7 days. So on April 27th, I lost it. I told her that I was going to sue her. No, sorry, at the end of April, I still tried to fix things, right? I was like, okay, can we talk? Can you come in for some tea and see what I've done with the apartment? Because it looks really beautiful. You know, maybe we can talk about plants. Like, I'm not going to be staying here long, I said. I only came here to write my book and whatever. We were talking in the front yard, but I asked her for some time to come and talk to me about the problems in the front garden. And I wanted to invite her into the process. I was like, you know, are there any colors that you like? Color schemes. Is there a form that you like? And I'm going to be going as low maintenance as possible, something that takes care of itself. And she was just like ignoring me, kind of, you know. And it was the end of April, and I had a plant schedule created, and it was like $1,500, and I was going to get some shrubs, like some really low zero maintenance stuff that I could just really make this garden beautiful, and it wouldn't require any work. It was going to fix some of the troubleshooting issues that I saw. And I was like, you know, it's about $1,500, but it's like, because I'm a landscaper, I can get it all at cost, and I can just like basically buy it all at cost. And I was like, you know, $1,000 or whatever, right? I was thinking, I was going to talk to her. I was like, you know, you're doing all this renovations upstairs. I'm like, if you've got another $1,000 to spare, maybe you can take it off my rent. I'm having some financial difficulties. This is also right after I heard her talking to Anita about the coronavirus. We're all off work, right? And Anita can't pay her rent, and I heard the conversation between them. Don't worry about it. There's all these things about people being able to apply through the landlords not being able to pay the rent. And I was offering her, you know, an opportunity to enhance her garden by like $5,000, because that's what it would have been at cost to buy all these plants, plus the labor for free. Okay. And I was like, you know, maybe you can cut me a deal on some of my rent. She said, no. And I was like, oh. And I was like, I thought we were going to do, and she kind of got really, really defensive and started shutting me down. And I was like, okay, well, what about the rent? Like, I'm having difficulty paying my rent too, like everybody else. I can't find work, and which is true, because the last 4 months I've been afraid to work with somebody, with her in the apartment, keeping an ear on, and she's already said that, you know, she doesn't like me for my work. She's giving me that, you know, giving me enough reason to believe that she hates me through the things that she said. And I have, and then I started to get upset and compare myself to Anita and favoritism. And she started to walk away. And I was like, well, you know, I'm gonna start to, you know, look at everything that we've talked about and how much everything has changed. You know, I'm going to cancel the order of the plants, but I'm still going to garden because that's my thing. But, you know, I'll just do it the way that I've normally done it, which is get things, you know, through friends I know, you know, transplanting this. Yeah, I got actually the whole garden at the very beginning pretty much for free. Thanks to my mom and me, who have resources that we've just kind of like, you know, my mom gave me a whole bunch of her plants, and she knew someone that wanted to give some plants away. And, you know, I got a whole bunch of stuff. And I was like, you know what, I don't even need to do this beautiful structural thing. I'll just put in something temporarily for myself. And, you know, if she likes it, she likes it. If she doesn't, she can, you know, I can sod it over before I go. And I wasn't concerned. I wasn't going to put anything really permanent or anything, you know, substantial, because she no longer cares about making this garden, her front, beautiful. She hates me. And there's no fixing this whatsoever. And she's now showing me this. And I was like, okay, well, I just need to know when the construction is done, because I'm having a very difficult time. I kind of like on all the complaints I've had. And I was like, you know, and since it's December and this and that. And she kept walking away. And I'm like, okay, well, so like, why are you treating me like this? Like you know, my mom was a witness. My mom came out, and I was like, you know, in front of my mother, and this is a witness, you know, and then she finally broke. She's like, okay, well, the construction's done tonight. And I'm like, everything? Just like that? It's all done tonight? 27th, you know? She's like, yeah, we'll be done at 7 p.m. Someone's moving in on May 1st. And I was like, oh, wow, okay, cool. And I had a court date the next day for Manulife, my employer, mediation. I was extremely stressed out. I was hoping it was going to be end. I spent basically all night working on my entire personal assessment of that situation, and the 5:30 a.m. I went to bed at like fucking 3:30, 4 a.m. somewhere like that. Whatever time I finally fell asleep, and 2 hours later, boom, 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 all up the stairs, banging, boom, 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 walking around the whole finished place with her shoes on, big boots, just like banging everything at 5:30 a.m., carrying stuff out, all this fucking nonsense. Okay, this is April 28th at 5:30 a.m. I wake up. I know what my rights are. No landlord is to be doing maintenance on a home at 5:30 a.m. to a point, especially when the walls are paper thin, okay? And they know that. So I went up there and I banged on the fucking door as loud as I could, and she locked the door, okay? And I'm recording it the whole time. I've got my phone. I'm really upset. Like, I have just gotten 2 hours of sleep. I have to drive to Toronto at 7 a.m. to get there for a 10 a.m. mediation, which determines a lot. I'm extremely, extremely upset. Full meltdown. Screaming, hello? Like, can you please stop? I need to sleep. Da, 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 da. Like, I have, like, you know, that you can't be doing maintenance at 5:30 a.m. And, you know, she locks the door. And then she tells me she's going to call the police on me because I'm asking her to stop doing maintenance at night, 5:30 in the morning. And, you know, the whole video is recorded, so I don't want to relive it. Anyways, I go downstairs. I start packing my car because I thought, well, if I'm gonna be able to sleep anywhere, it's gonna be in my fucking car. So I pack up everything that I need for this lawsuit, and I'm getting ready to leave, shower, get ready for my mediation appointment, and you know I didn't get any sleep that way, but you know I thought if I'm gonna get any rest at all, peacefulness, it'll be in my car, and I'm getting ready, and you know there she is, comes out of their apartment. And, you know, I asked her, you know, you can't be doing this. I'm suing you. I'm filing a lawsuit against you. And this is a huge problem that we have. This has been ongoing. And she stuck her tongue out at me, you know, like, and I'm like, are you going to do that to the judge? She's like, I just might. Like, this is the kind of smug attitude that she has. And I recorded all of that. So, like, this is somebody who then claims in June 2020, okay, so you know about that whole thing that led up to April 28th. This is the second perjury. She then tells the court in June 2020 that on April 27th or 28th or whatever, that I threatened her and I scared her, and like she was very much afraid of her life, and like I needed to be kicked out of this apartment in 7 days because I was that scary on April 28th. Meanwhile, the whole thing's recorded, and there she's like sticking her tongue out at me. I'm sorry. Has she ever been afraid of anybody? Do you know, like, if I was afraid of somebody, I would not be sticking my tongue out at them. Like, what is fear, right? You don't stick your tongue out at people that you're afraid of. At all. She's fearless. She's not afraid of me at all. She's literally just pushing my buttons. Do you push buttons at people that you're afraid of? No, I don't. If I'm afraid of somebody, I'm not going to go poke them. She mentioned that she was afraid of me, terrified that I was a threat and that I deserved to be kicked out in 7 days. And then that leads to the next one. So after the people moved in, I threatened to sue her. I told her after that I was suing her. She backed off May until June when I started really doing the garden. So I've been gardening all month of May. Cleaned up everything. Trimmed the hedge, edges the garden. I edged the sidewalk. You know, I'm doing all my beautiful manicuring, and I've got all my beautiful gardens built, and I've just got one more thing to fix, which is this tree that's above grade, and she already knew about it, and here I am finishing the garden. Everything looks gorgeous. I've got all the plants that I need, and June 11th, I'm starting to, you know, dig up my garden. And, you know, it's a small, like 1 meter by 3 meter space that I'm adding. I don't even have to go deep. I don't have to call anyone. I know what my obligations are. And I was basically just taking the soil. I was only taking the grass off because I needed to raise the bed because there was a tree that was, you know, about half a foot off. It was planted too high, and so the tree was suffering, and I wanted to raise the bed there and create like a little separation between the lawn, and it actually does look really nice. So I'm cutting it out. I did it all, cut the whole thing out. It took me no time at all because I'm just shaving the grass off basically. And then after I shave the grass off, I'm adding all the soil and turning it. And I'm sitting there with my dog doing on the sidewalk, doing the edging of the front of the garden. And I got my headphones on and my phone's about to die. And I was like, you know, whatever. I was just running it into, you know, and minding my own business, having a great day, trying to just, you know, process my beautiful space, my meditation, my garden. I need it. I do not move into a place that does not allow me to garden. Every single home I've ever moved into, it's the first question I ask. If there's any problems with me being able to garden, I don't sign that lease. Okay? I don't. I'm sitting there. Next thing I know, my dog jumps up and I look behind me and there's a fucking car a couple feet from my back. And there she is. And she jumps out of her car. She literally drove up on the curb over this, like, fucking right behind me with her vehicle. And my dog is right beside me. If my dog had, you know, gotten scared and run into the road because of that, you know, there are so many things that should just never have happened. Okay? She gets out, she starts yelling at me, you don't do that, you don't do this, you don't do that. Someone called me and complained about you, and you're some crazy person working in the garden. I'm like, okay, right? I'm like really confused. She's like, you're gonna get out of there. If I have to move in there, I will. I'm like, you can't do that. And she's like, you're out of there. You shouldn't be gardening. And I said, okay, I signed a lease here. You can't kick me out for no reason. I've done nothing wrong. We've already gone through this. And you can't tell me I can't garden when I agreed to this before I moved in. And it's not even a big deal because if you don't like it, I can just sod it over when you go. And she's like, I don't want you to do anything. And I'm like, again, another change in the lease. Like, again, another change in why I've signed up for this. And there's 2 witnesses at the lease signing, which is very rare to happen, and yet they're there. And still, she's acting like this with those witnesses. I go to call the police, and my phone dies, and then I start screaming for help. I start screaming for my neighbors, help! I wanted to get what she was saying heard again. I wanted somebody else to hear it. Her little episode. And I was like, you want to kick me out? And that's when she started to get in the car, and and I kind of like stepped in front of the car. And then that's when she started to like, oh yeah, okay, well, instead of backing out, she's going to plow through me to get away. And she started pushing her vehicle towards me. And I was screaming for help, asking for witnesses. And that's when she backed off the curb and fucking sped away. First time she's used her vehicle as a weapon. I call the police. I apologize to the neighbors. And then I look over the street and I see the clay shop looking very intently. And I was like, you're probably the one, you're her friends. I know this. I knew that at the time I moved in. So I went over there and I talked to Noel. And he's like, yeah, I called your landlord because you're gardening. That whole conversation's recorded. You want to know it? It's audio. Next, I called the police. I was waiting for my phone to charge too, and before I went all over the place, so I had to wait for that to happen. And the fact that I needed to wait for my phone to charge during that episode when I had no idea when she was coming over, I felt very vulnerable after that point, and I felt like I always had to have my phone charged at 100% in the event that something like this would happen again, so I could prepare to have my evidence, because I had been recording every single incident of her up to this point, and that was kind of the first moment that I wasn't able to record her. And she did something really fucking crazy. And, so I went back and I charged my phone. I went to talk to Noel, went to talk to the neighbors upstairs, the new one, Spencer. And after that, talked to the London police, Sergeant Sutherland, considering the fact that my life was in danger, had a very, very severe meltdown. And because of her... because of this landlord's impact on my health and safety, Sergeant Sutherland actually agreed with me that I should be able to get 24 hours notice before she comes on site, so that I could prepare myself to have either a witness on site to protect me from her actions, or just to at the very least have my phone charged, so I could have 24 hours notice, know what time she's coming, and I can plan for that to reduce some of the stress that I have incurred because of this last incident, because of how severe it was. And she agreed. I was under the impression that I was going to now get 24 hours notice from my landlord. And then on June 12th or 14th, one of those days, I can't remember, I think both of those days, she showed up at 7 a.m. to help Benita on the 4th floor. And I was under the impression that she was not allowed to be there, that this was in violation of what the police told her, which was to give me 24 hours. So I called the police right away, and the police are coming, and she's trying to drive away now. And I was like, I just want you to know, I'm calling the police, you can't leave a scene of a crime. I'm standing in front of my own driveway. You've come into my domain. Okay, this is my safe realm. Whether you own the house or not, you have an obligation to not be a nuisance in my life. And if you are not giving me 24 hours notice, you are a nuisance in my life because of what you've done before this. If you had been a normal landlord, this wouldn't be a problem. But you have, made my life a living hell multiple times. And now I need some sort of structure around you because you make my life, you put me into meltdown every time I see that truck. She actually started to drive down the driveway and tried to push me through the driveway, and I started screaming for help again at 7 a.m. She stopped the vehicle, put it in park, and we waited for the police. The police showed up and told me that it's her house and she could do whatever she wants and let them leave. I started to have a full system meltdown. My hands were so sweaty I couldn't even open my phone. Couldn't talk. My lips were sticking to my teeth. My heart was exploding, and I asked for an ambulance. And you know what the police said? The police were like, why? Why do you need an ambulance? I said, I need an ambulance. The police were standing right in front of me, and they actually made me call my own ambulance during an active meltdown. And then the ambulance called the police that were there. We're like, the guy you're in front of is asking for an ambulance. Is that true? And they're like, yeah. And they literally laughed that I needed one. Had a huge meltdown in the ambulance. They couldn't even get my... They couldn't even get me my rating. It was so off the record. They were like, calm down, we can't get your reading. I'm like, well, maybe your fucking thing isn't built for people like me. People are autistic and are having a very severe meltdown. And they didn't want to let me go, but I had my dog and I had no one to take care of, and I just wanted to lay down and respond to this myself, but I wanted to get that meltdown on record. And just to have a paramedic, assess everything. And all that information, CMHA came down. Everybody thinks that I should be more protected, but I'm not. Everybody wishes they could do more, but they can't. And then, so that was the third perjury where she even got the dates wrong. And she said that I was a threat, and she was in her car, and I was waving down, threatening her, and she was scared that I was threatening her. And she put all three of these incidents on a letter in June 2020 to evict me in 7 days. When I got that, I was really concerned because I didn't know how it was going to go. You know, you think, okay, well, I have to pay rent on July 1st, but I also could get evicted in 7 days. So why pay the $1,500 until this court case is heard? Like, I'm not going to. And I talked to my neighbor downstairs, Adam Ali, and he gave me a landlord and, you know, tenant board thing. And I called a couple lawyers, you know, asking what I should do if I don't have the money for rent and they're evicting me in 7 days. And a lot of them actually told me, you know, it could go both ways and that I should be resourceful. And if I don't have the money, it's possible that I should just be using that money to move and to get first and last somewhere else. So I was like, okay, well, I'm going to prepare my application and then I'll wait for this to go to court. And then I'll get her to say these 3 things on court record as a lie. Oh, no, this is the most important advice that I was given. They're like, she's lied under oath once by putting it in writing and signing it and delivering it to me, because I told the lawyer, I was like, listen, she's trying to evict me with perjury. These are all 3 lies. And he's like, do you have evidence of that? And I'm like, yes. He's like, well, she's already lied under oath once. Okay. So what I would do is I would get this to go to court. And when she tells her story to the judge a second time, that will be a second time that Jan SADDY will lie under oath. And then my defense, of course, would be to provide all of the evidence to show that it's a lie. And he's like, you know, that's a risk that you will take because, you know, if you catch her with the perjury twice, you'll have a very strong case. So I waited, and I was like, I'm not paying rent until this goes to court. And I just told her, you know, let it go to court. Come on. I kept asking her over and over, why isn't it going to court? Why isn't it going to court? And she's like, pay your rent. I'm like, why would I pay rent if you're like, look, do you not see this eviction notice? You want me evicted in 7 days. Like, why am I going to pay rent? Let's go to court. I want to hear your story in court. And she withdrew it. And then she came at me with a civil claim saying that I owed her a few months of rent. And I responded to the Ontario Land and Tenant Board. I was like, listen, this woman is doing this. And the Ontario Land and Tenant Board that I recorded the conversation with in 2020 was like, oh my God, I've never heard anything like that. I don't know what to do. I said, well, can you please push this through to court so that she can do this? He's like, yeah, it's waiting to go. And I'm like, well, it needs to go to court now because, like, you know, I'm not paying rent until this is heard. And she can't sue me civilly for these claims. This all has to go through the Ontario Land and Tenant Board. And he goes, yeah, it does. And then she withdrew that application and she filed a new application for my 3 months of rent being behind, even though my reason for not paying rent was because she was going to evict me for 7 days. And I said, okay, well, I guess this needs to go to court as well. And I said, well, I'm not until this is all resolved and all of my complaints are resolved. Like, you've been a criminal in my life. There are civil claims. There are human rights claims. At this point, I'm also contacting the Human Rights Tribunal, and I'm like, yo, I'd like to file an application for my human rights, please. So in my head, in 2020, I have, human rights violations against Jan SADDY, civil violations, okay? And I have Ontario Land and Tenant Board violations. The experience living in this home has been hell every single day. She installed cameras in the backyard, and she won't share information about those videos when I want them, like during the construction when I found a bunch of nails around my car. I wasn't able to get that access, so I felt like she had a one-way, access to that video footage, and I felt very violated that I couldn't access that footage if I needed it. So she's had a very close eye on whether or not I've been home or not. This entire time I've been afraid to leave my home. She comes unannounced this entire time. I never feel safe. I feel like she'll enter my apartment unlawfully. I feel like she will do absolutely anything to make my life a living hell, because up to this point, she's been willing to lie on court record, which is a very serious offense. And she's willing to do all of these other things. So I didn't put it past her to enter my apartment illegally or, do something else. So this entire time that I've lived here, I've experienced extreme anxiety. I've been afraid to leave my house without a house sitter. I've been afraid to live. I've been afraid to invite people over. I've been afraid to work. And this entire time I'm thinking, okay, you know what? I will just keep filing applications. And I sent applications to the Human Rights Tribunal and to the Crown Attorney and to the police, and all of them said they are closed and this and that, and it's Corona, blah, 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 blah. I just kept getting excuse after excuse after excuse. No lawyer would represent me. No lawyer would actually represent me, but I did get advice. If I looked for advice, a few of them would advise me. Okay, and you can schedule appointments for consultation. Sometimes that you go to that duty council and stuff like that. But if you know somebody, sometimes they'll just be able to give you some underhanded, non-official advice. And I didn't need advice. What I really needed was somebody to represent me and fill out these applications the way they're supposed to be, and to protect me from the trauma of reliving everything. Because that's really the hardest part, is talking about it, which I am now. So 2021, basically, after my, oh wait, no. So at the end of 2020, I won that lawsuit with Manulife, actually. And I took off. I had a house sitter at my place, and I went up north for a little bit with my dog, and I had a severe trauma right before that in August of 2020 at the hospital. I went into the ER, and I was like, I want to die, basically. All these applications aren't working. They've just made my life worse. No one's protecting me from this criminal. No one's helping me with my employer. My employer is threatening to fire me without this letter that I need from a doctor, and I can't get a doctor to do it. Like, I can't get a walk-in. I can't get the family doctors won't accept me. I've applied, and they just ghost me. They don't call me back. Healthcare Connect doesn't understand why. They won't answer me. That was going on for so long that I just felt like, okay, this entire system is built to only pick and choose who those services go to. I'm facing legal issues. I'm facing eviction issues. I'm facing employment issues. And all of these things combined make it extremely difficult to live. I'm like selling myself online to eat. I'm borrowing money from people I've never met. I was really, really exhausting everybody. Strangers were donating to my GoFundMe, and I was tied to that pressure, and I just wanted it to be gone. I wanted to be independent again. I wanted my job back, and no one was helping me, and everybody was threatening to make my life worse. And so I wanted to die, and I tried to kill myself on August 24th, which was my mom's birthday, unfortunately. I didn't even realize that it was until after I woke up from that. It just I was like, oh my God, and then I was talking to people, and I was really jealous that I had my dog, and I was trying to get rid of my dog even, so that I could do it better. I was going to try to kill myself again. I was going to get rid of my dog, and people kind of chimed in and were like, go to emergency, Aaron, go to emergency. And I was like, I've been there. It's not going to help. They can't do the things that I need. Go into emergency on August 28th, just to satisfy everybody. And sure enough, I was there for like 4 or 5 hours, and they refused to help me. They looked at my entire list of problems and were like, do you have a family doctor? Have you ever heard of Healthcare Connect? And, I snapped. I was like, it's in the letter. If you had just written that, if you just read the letter, you would see that Healthcare Connect has been trying to find me a doctor in 3 cities for the last few years. And, to be that negligent, to be provided such information and to ask the same questions just shows the competency. And I asked for someone trained in autism, and the first question I asked this doctor was, do you have any training in autism? And he goes, no, I don't. And so it's just like this complete disconnect. You go into a place and you ask for these accessibility standards, and they just laugh. They just look, this is in one ear out the other. So he wasn't even trained, and he wasn't even ready for my, unannounced meltdown, because, when he said, I can't help you with any of this, and you need to call somebody that you've already exhausted. I went from 0 to 1,000 in no time at all, and I just got extremely triggered. And then, he kicked me out of the hospital, and I said, I'm not leaving until I get treated. And it's really interesting too, because there's this guy, this older gentleman in the bed beside me, and I think he's got dementia. You know, I do have experience taking care of somebody that has dementia, and he's very, very verbally abusive. Okay, like he was worse than me. You know, screaming at the nurse every 2 seconds. Hey, hey, who the fuck's out? Like every single thing you would expect somebody to be doing during a state of, you know, perhaps is not sure where he is. He feels very scared, and he's being neglected. He's screaming at the nurses to come to him and to do this. And he wants out. He wants to leave. He's like demanding. He's swearing. He's doing everything I'm doing except for worse. And the nurses helped him. They were here and there. They went more in there than me. And they just completely overlooked his manic, angry state. And they treated him. And I was kicked out. And so I asked for a second doctor, and I was refused. And I said, well, I'm not leaving. And I got back on my hospital bed, and I waited until be treated. And I said, I'm not leaving until I'm treated. And he's like, you were treated. I'm like, with what? What did you do? You haven't even looked at my blood. You haven't looked at my you haven't looked at anything. Like, there's sugar in my blood. I think I have diabetes from this long COVID. Like, I have hair loss. I have all these immune things. Like, I was going in for long COVID, plus my suicide issues, plus this, plus the doctor's notes, plus my long-term disability. All these things have been building up. And all of them need to be dealt with. They were all an emergency at this point. Like, I was very unhealthy. And he just kicked me out. Like, he had security come to my hospital bed, and he ripped the 2 security guards. One of them took away my phone and paused my audio recording, and they ripped me off my hospital bed. And then, you know, as I was asking to leave, I was like, okay. Like, I was like, okay. You know, you're going to do this? Like, you know, after they had ripped me off, I was like, I'm ready to go. That's when he then started to retaliate. And as I'm begging for help and begging to be let go and begging, because I can't be pinned down, it's because of my rape and my autism. It's worse trauma than anything else in the world. And I was screaming that. And he proceeded to pin me down in a very disgusting method that triggered me and has marked my brain forever. Like, to the point where I no longer feel safe in a hospital ever again. Like, I'll never feel safe in a hospital ever again. And he pushed his knee down on my chest and fractured my rib, and I almost passed out because of that, lack of oxygen. And this is somebody who is suffering from long COVID, circulation issues. I had an extremely, I have an extremely sensitive reaction to being held down from being raped. I was extremely, I was the last person to be doing that too, especially as I was begging to be let go that I would leave voluntarily. And they proceeded to torture me. And the entire hospital room, okay, all of the nurses and doctors stood in front of the bed. Like, they actually watched. There was like 4 or 5 of them in a line, looking at me. And just, I was begging them, like, I looked at all of them in the eye, begging them to get this security guard off of me. And they just stood there staring, cold, faceless. And I was dragged out of the hospital in handcuffs. I didn't get my phone back until the police cruiser started coming down the hill, and he gave me my phone back, and that's when I noticed that they turned my recording off. They paused it, my audio recording on my phone. I unpaused it, and I ran to the police officer begging for help and to report these officers for abuse. And the cop just was like, well, you're trespassing. They can do whatever they want. And he's like, do you want to ride back to your car? And I still filed another report. They laughed at me. And that's when I was like, I just I just want to take whatever money I can get from this lawsuit on Manulife. I called my lawyer right away, and I was like, you know what? I took a bunch of drugs. Like I took a bunch of benzos that my friend gave me because of my anxiety. He had some, he just gave me some anti-anxiety medication that he got from himself, that he has for himself. He's like, you need this more than I do, and you can't get access to a doctor for anything. So he's like, I've got something for you, and he gave me some. So I was on all these benzos and painkillers, and I was drinking. Like literally for the first time in my life, I've never woken up first thing in the morning to get drunk, and that's basically the reality at the end of August for me. And the week that I tried to kill myself up to the hospital, I had been, chain smoking and drinking like a box of wine. I was buying boxes of wine and just drinking all day. And I talked to my lawyer. I was drunk, loose. I wasn't even there myself. I was in a complete state of shock after what happened with the hospital, and just all of it happening together from the time that up to the time I killed myself. And I was like, you know what? Just tell Manulife just to give me whatever they want. If it was going to be $25,000, $5,000, $10,000, I didn't care at that point. I just wanted to die. And I was going to find a place for Romeo with that money and just go and try to figure out a way to kill myself. They agreed to settle for $150,000, which was not what I asked for. I asked for like a minimum of $600,000, and I was like, okay, I get $100,000 of that. That's fine, whatever. I can, I'll be able to, maybe live great for a little bit before I end up killing myself, because I still only thought that was the solution. There was no way out of this at this point. I really thought that I exhausted everything that I could do to make my life better, and everything was getting worse. So I got the $100,000, and I just started trauma spending. I just bought all this shit. I replaced some of my things. I realized, it wouldn't be enough to pay back some of the people that I borrowed money from. I only really cared about the personal people. I didn't really care about, I wasn't going to be paying off any of the other stuff because I couldn't afford all of it. But I had borrowed from a lot of people, and I just tried to, I don't even know. And then I went up north with my dog, which actually really helped a lot. Even though I had my broken rib, I just worked through it and just, rented a boat and tried to get on the water, which is where I heal. And then I came back from that, right back into issues with my landlord. October, got the new eviction notice for the money, and she started harassing me again. And because of my broken rib, there was dog shit that built up on the front lawn. I don't know, like a week maybe of shit, because I was up north most of the time after the injury, and I'd come back and there was like maybe a week or so worth of shit. And she came by to cut the grass for the first time all year, and I was actually about to pay somebody to do it. I had paid somebody to do it a couple times actually. And she came by all of a sudden, to cut the grass without giving me any notice. Shows up at 2:00, and I'm injured still, and I come out, and she's like picking up the dog shit and like making a very big scene out of it, humiliating me, and like talking very loudly so that everybody can hear. There's people walking by, and she's like, you and your disgusting dog, you're so lazy, and this and that. And I was like, I actually have an injury that's directly related to you and what you've done to me. I ended up in the hospital with a meltdown because of trying to kill myself because of what you've been doing. And she just kept harassing me. And I said, I if you had given me 24 hours notice, I could have asked a friend, or I could have gone through the pain of picking it up myself. This is the last thing I want, is for my landlord to be dealing with this. But unfortunately, you don't even give me any notice. And if he had given me 24 hours notice, he said, hey, Aaron, I'm coming tomorrow to cut the grass, I would have been like, I will make sure that there's no poo there. And thank you so much for cutting the grass finally. But she doesn't want to do that. She wants to find ways to evict me. She wants to find ways to make me look bad. And so she shows up unannounced to cut the grass and makes a huge scene over what this dog shit is. And I looked at her right away and I'm like, you can't kick me out for dog shit either, you know? And that's when she started running over my garden with her lawnmower, you know, to hurt me even more. And I was like, you know, I just kept trying to, I don't even know. Like, I was still in a state of shock from all of everything else that I just kept going down this fucking path of like, I'm never gonna get out of this. You know, there's no way of fighting it. No one cares. Just, you know, enjoy whatever you've got left is kind of the feeling that I had, is that, you know, I can't stop the suffering. I wanted to really make sure that these landlords like this one are stopped, because I know I'm not the only one that's suffering from these people. And I could have gotten up and moved away. I really could have. I don't know why I didn't. I wish I did at that point. I wish in October I just took that $100,000 and went somewhere else. You know, that's what I should have done. And instead I was like, you know what? I'm going to kill myself in the end. This is still the mindset that I had. I still wanted to die. So why bother, you know, pretending that another home is happy and take the chance that I could, you know, end up in another situation where another landlord like this exists, with the biggest problem being the Ontario Landlord Tenant Board doesn't help me regulate them. So I couldn't convince myself to go find another place because, you know, by a slim chance I run into another one of her, the Landlord and Tenant Board doesn't protect you. And I've got proof of this. Like they're not letting anything happen. They're just letting it go. They don't care. Police don't care. So if the services that are used to protect me from these people don't help me, what makes me passionate about moving somewhere else if it could happen again and I won't be protected? I don't want to continue running away. I can't change anything. And I don't want to keep trying to find something else. So I thought, you know what? Just stick here until this is settled, if I make it. And I just really wanted to die, to be honest. Like, I wasn't even thinking about the courts at all at this point. I just thought, there's no way out of this. You know, there's no new place that would make me feel safe, because I don't feel safe by the system. They're not protecting me. So I watched it happen. I just kept recording it. And I put all my Christmas lights up, and she destroyed my Christmas lights. She made like 3 visits. Like, she was here all the time, right? She's always here, like every other day or something, for Anita, you know, helping Anita, doing all this stuff. And 3 of those visits, she, you know, my wreath went missing. Someone cut my cords to my Christmas lights with a knife. Like, it's a splice, very easy splice. I've had squirrels eat my Christmas lights before, and I know what a tooth mark looks like compared to a nice knife slice. And, you know, so and then there's something else, I can't remember. But my Christmas lights were damaged 3 times. Oh, the shit was knocked over. Yeah, she knocked over shit all the time too. Like, that was crazy. Like, she's just like one of those kids, you know, like when they don't get their way, they start throwing everything. You know, this is the landlord that I'm dealing with. She's like 60 something, 70 years old, and when she doesn't get her way, she starts throwing shit, and it's always the person that's affecting her. That's the kind of spoiled brat she is. And, you know, I questioned her, and I think in November, I don't remember which November. I think it was the 2020 November. You know, I came out and I started asking her, you know, she was just here. Like, she was like, I heard her walking up the stairs to the kitchen. Like, I heard her steps, boom, boom, boom. And then I heard one of my clay pots crash, you know, as she's walking up. And it's not something that you can just like grab. Like you have to like pull it off the ledge and smash it. And it was like completely smashed. It wasn't a light fall. You know, it was like boom, threw it down. And that's not the first time she did it. Okay, this is multiple times now where she's walked up the back of where my apartment is, where I can hear perfectly. And as she's stepping up the stairs, things fall. And, you know, it's probably about 4 or 5 pots that she's dropped at this point. And I'm just like, and she wants me to know that it's her. She wants me to feel uncomfortable. So I went out there with my phone recording. You know, I'm like, hi, Jan, like, can you please tell me why you keep walking past my things and breaking them? Like, this is the 5th time, and I'm, like, recording all the broken stuff on the ground. I'm like, this is the 4th or 5th time that you've walked past my arrangement of plants and knocked something down while you're walking past them. And you've walked up and down these stairs a million times and never managed to do anything during a whole construction thing, blah, blah. I'm thinking in my head, right? Like, it's intentional. Like, I know it is. Don't tell me it's not. And she just stared at me, and then she got her phone out and started recording me. And I'm just like, there's something wrong with her ability to, there really is something severely wrong with this woman. Like, she should be in jail, very much so. And the fact that these little old ladies like that can just manipulate the system and get away with all of these horrible crimes, really is indicative of our justice system, because nobody should be protected by the justice system, no matter what you look like. It doesn't matter if you're an old lady. It doesn't matter who you are. Anyone can commit crimes. And it just seems, it's like, you know, terrorism is creating fear in someone's life. And she knows about the things that I love the most. The things I love the most are my plants and my dog, okay? And this isn't the first time that she's caused damage to them. Basically, ever since I've moved in and put that garden in, she has gone out of her way to knock stuff over. You know, when she was doing the roof, she was like putting the guy was her friend, was putting the ladder directly on all of my plants and like squashing them. Like, I've seen people do roofing and like they work around the garden girl. Okay, I know where one of my good friends is a fucking roofer. And I grew up with that. Like, my first few jobs when I was living on my own was construction. Like, you know, people complain if you fuck up anything on their yard. So there is a way to do a roof without, you know, destroying someone's garden. And out of all of the land that he chose to put that ladder, it was all in my garden, and specifically all on my plants. And I would come out and there'd be a whole huge patch. It was like you put the ladder and like moved it around all over my plants. Okay? Meanwhile, there was grass. And it just happened a lot. And to me, that's terror. You know, you're purposely destroying something that keeps someone alive. Like, that garden keeps me alive. My plants are my healing, and it's what keeps me going. And so for her to know that, and she knew that from the very first day, before I even signed the lease, she knew that. We had that huge conversation with MJ and why I do this. And all of it was out in the open. So she knew how important it was to me from the very beginning. And she's been a very, very, very direct negative impact towards the things that matter most to me, and it's on purpose, because she wants to make my life a living hell so that I move out on my own. And that is her, you know, plan to get rid of me. She wants me gone. She's wanted me gone since I said no to her about smoking in this apartment. It's unacceptable. And it's constant. It really is constant, and no one deserves this. And no one deserves the incompetency of a system that just overlooks this for this long. So, you know, like, it's just constantly terror. And I think every time she's here, something's going to go wrong. And I'm scared. I'm scared to leave. Every time I see her Jeep, I keep my eyes open. I look like someone who is severely impaired, and like I have a severely marked impairment from this trauma. I look extremely timid to anyone that looks in on me. As soon as I hear a car, I check to see if it's her, and that is severe terror. Okay, no one should have to live like this, and it gets worse. So the last time I put up all my Christmas lights and stuff, and I didn't notice any of this until after, really, but it's December comes now, and raining off and on. My dog gets sick each time it rains in December. I didn't put two and two together until the springtime when I looked at my garden and started watering my planters. And I'll tell you why. So, my dog got sick in the middle of December, like he did when, I had a really bad lazy roommate once, and when I was at school, she cleaned the bathroom, and Romeo got bleach all over his paws, and he ingested poison, and it burned his stomach and his digestive tract, and he was very, 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 very sick for like 6 months. He was on a chicken and rice diet, shitting blood, diarrhea. His entire system was destroyed, and it was scary. I thought he was going to die. So I know what poison ingestion looks like. The day that it was raining, and he's outside, and he comes back in, and 12 hours later, 24 hours, we're walking for his walk, and he collapses. Just his gums are white. He's bleeding internally. I'm thinking he's having what happened to him when he was. This is what happened to him when he was when he ingested that other poison. Except for the bleach happened a lot faster. Okay, so this was something that was a little bit slower, but it still had the same internal bleeding, collapsing, fatigue, locked jaw. And I took him straight to the vet, and she did a cancer check, no signs of cancer, unless, she couldn't guarantee that, because if it was, but she said this, the vet was like, the hemorrhaging can be a sign of a tumor that's burst, right? But she's like, that'll show up in the blood work, right? So she does the blood work, and everything is beautiful. Like, he's a very, very healthy dog, no sign of cancer. And I had just taken him to the vet right before this, extremely healthy, got years ahead of him. Happy dog, extremely healthy, no sign of anything. And the vet that I took him to about this, she's like, sometimes, they develop cancer really quickly. But she's like, if his cancer had developed to the point of a tumor bursting, she would be able to find that in his blood work. So she didn't. So she thinks that Romeo got into something, okay? And that I should monitor him, and we can do an ultrasound and all this other stuff. And I was like, okay. So I took him home, and I give him some charcoal, which absorbs poison, chicken and rice, and we go on this potential mitigation for poison control. He gets better. It's snowing out again, okay? And then before New Year's, it starts raining again, and he goes out, comes back inside, and on New Year's Day, 2020, I wake up, and my Romeo is like about to die, and he's literally, he dies in my arms that morning, and I still didn't think anything of it. I lost it. I didn't think anything of it. I didn't think it was my landlord. I did not think it was my landlord. It was just, Hard to imagine that my dog just suddenly died. As time progressed, January, March, April, I was thinking, like, nothing really. I was just in a state of shock. Wanted to kill myself. I tried to kill myself a few times. Didn't want to. I just couldn't imagine life without him. And spring comes, March, April, and all of my tulips are dead. All of them. I planted like 100 tulips. Over 100. I must have planted like 200 tulips. I got them from my best friend who sent me all this money, a miracle. He sent me tulips from Holland. They've already come up one summer. I put them in 2019. They were beautiful. The whole neighborhood complimented me on my tulips in the spring of 2020. They were gorgeous. I had black ones, orange ones, pink ones, white ones. And I put them all in my big planters, huge planters. And I'm a gardener, and I know how to layer my planters so that I have, seasonal interest all year. And I've done this many, many times. Many, many times. They don't die. Never had an issue with my tulips. They're very hardy. They come up every time, and because of the winter assembly, they're protected from the squirrels. So there was no chance for them to get through all of the wood and stuff and the glitter and all the beautiful evergreen stuff that I put in there for my Christmas display. So the tulips are protected and insulated. They got enough water. I know how to take care of them. And as spring was approaching, I was like, where the fuck are my tulips? What the fuck is going on? The tulips in the ground that I planted are coming up. And I kept waiting. And as it got warmer and warmer, I kept looking at the soil. And I'm like, this is fucking dust. My soil has turned to dust out of nowhere. Like, it's dead. And I started to look at my garden. And I noticed a spill pattern. I have this ground cover, sedum, indestructible. I have been growing sedum in every single condition my entire life. Since I was like 5 years old, I had a garden of just sedum. It's my favorite. The plant I know the best. I've been a third generation gardener. I know my fucking plants. And I had about this much room of ground cover that went an entire garden bed. And the whole garden had a border of ground cover, the whole thing. And I go and look at it, and they're dead. There's like a spill pattern of just gone. Nothing left. The soil there turned to dust. There was nothing. Not even traces of the plants. Okay? And then there was sedum growing around it, but not below it. So on the top, where it didn't, because if it waters, if there was poison applied to my garden, it would go down and it showed this like spill pattern in one location on my garden in the ground. And that's when I realized that something was poured on my garden and my planters. And that's when I realized that if something was poured in my planters to kill my garden, then that could have been the reason why my dog got sick both the times it rained, because he would have gotten it on his paws and licked his paws. And that's when I realized that my landlord could have had my landlord could have contributed to my dog's death. indirectly or directly. Maybe, maybe she just meant to kill my garden, but because all of my planters are placed on my steps going up to my front home, if there was anything corrosive or toxic that he got on his paws and he licks his paws, he will ingest that poison. And I waited. None of my tulips came up. I started to look at the soil in my planters more and more and seeing how much it had decayed, because I put a lot of organic matter. I put a lot of really, really, really rich soil. Okay, it's very alive. I know what the difference is between dead and alive soil. And it was completely void from organic material. Like, it had just completely stripped whatever was in my planters. So I don't know what poison she used, but she definitely poured something. I think that, it's hard to imagine that someone would do this to anyone. It was hard for me to imagine. And I called the police and they laughed at me. They just closed it right away. They just treat me like I'm crazy and that I'm making it up, that I have no voice against my landlord to protect me. So 2021 court is finally getting issued all of a sudden at the Ontario Land Center Board. Hold on, I need to pee. All right. So, spring 2021, I start involving the police again. And asking the Ontario Land Center Board, like, what the fuck? What is going on? How is this happening? Police didn't take records of the soil. Basically laughed at me, okay? The cops laughed at me, treated me like I was fucking crazy. I'm talking to the Land Tenant Board. I'm like, this woman has, killed my dog, damaged my garden. These are the things that I love the most, and they're dead. I find out that the application to evict me in 7 days still isn't heard, and that they're proceeding with evicting me based on the fact that I haven't paid rent since then. Not by choice, just because, I was just trying to get that heard. I was trying to get her to evict me based on that perjury so that I could get her to say all of these things in court, get her to lie under oath again, and then I would come in with all the evidence that I had, right? That was my goal. So I find out that that's all not happening, and that I need to submit, my application about everything. So I find out from the accessibility standards that, don't worry about getting people to lie under oath. She's already lied under oath once. This is quite severe. I'm facing eviction now. And it's important for me to get my application submitted, even though it was all ready to go. Ready to be defended. I was ready to give my evidence. As soon as she lied under oath, I was going to countersue her with her perjury. That was the plan since the lawyer that I talked to. All that changed. So now I have to submit my T2 application so that, in the same time that her application to evict me is going on. I submitted it. They have problems with my evidence. They tell me that my evidence is too big and they won't be able to access the Google Drive and do this, do that. They get the runaround over and over and over again. So I put everything on YouTube. There it is. It's on YouTube. They won't look at it. I was starting to get pressured to go to court to represent myself after I find out my dog is dead and all this shit is going on, and I'm representing myself still, and I lost it. I had an active meltdown because I was getting all this information from the court that none of my evidence or any of my things were being submitted properly because I'm not a lawyer and I'm not trained to do this. I'm not trained to do this, and I'm in an active meltdown. So like expecting me to represent myself is really wrong of the courts. So I asked for a doctor to show that I was in a meltdown. Couldn't get a doctor. I asked for a lawyer to represent me, to do, because that's what they're trained for. Couldn't get one. And I got an extension on that eviction because I wasn't able to do any of the things. And it was happening so fast, and I was extremely scared. And it's so hard. Oh yeah, that's right. So I blacked it out. This is at the end of April. So I submitted my application to the Ontario Human Rights Tribunal, Ontario, and then the Ontario Land Tenant Board, and the Crown Attorney in the spring of 2021. And I thought everything was going to be okay because I did everything really, really well. And then Truth and Reconciliation happens. They started digging up graves. And like I always knew they were there. Like there was no question. Like I've never questioned this entire country being an unmarked grave. Like that's never been a question of mine. Like everything, you know, like when I go into parks and places of like, you know, really beautiful places, you know, I go in understanding how many people died, how many of my people died. You know, like I walked through Gatineau Park and, you know, I could just feel the darkness and the trauma, you know, like I see the beauty, but then I also see the other side of that was stolen. And so it's you know, before they even got access to that, like there was no question to me that, because this place is built on genocide. What pushed me over the edge to... So I'm already experiencing hate crimes by my landlord and everybody around me. My employer, Stantec, is out there during Truth and Reconciliation. Yep. Oh, we love natives. We support natives. Da da da. Meanwhile, they're fighting a native in court and pushed me into homelessness. And did a whole bunch of shady shit while I was working for them. You know, like asking me to write a letter on like a native article for the Museum of Nature, and then not liking my very honest perspective and telling me I can't have access to the one that the manager wrote after me. You know, just really crazy stuff like that. And they don't want you to tell the truth, right? They don't want you to say that Samuel de Champlain was a rapist, or, you know, that we were coerced into these fur trade agreements. No, not at all. Like, we weren't given an ultimatum, join us or die. The French did not give us a choice. You know, they promised us safety from the Brits who were slaughtering people in the South. Like, they act like it was an agreement. Oh yeah, we were like just best friends with the French. Totally. Yeah, like we wanted that, right? No, and then they abandoned us when the Brits came. So it's like to go save their own revolution. So it's not written. The story isn't written as it's supposed to be. It's written by the winners who want to suppress a lot of information. And the same genocide is occurring today. It's, you know, through policies and denying Native people the resources that they need to survive, and depriving them until they kill themselves, or depriving them until they sell off more land. It's a very strategic, you know, it's a very brilliant, like, you know, if you want to take and steal and corrupt and things like that, sure, it's brilliant, but, you know, what are the costs? You know, an entire civilization is going extinct because of these policies. And the hard part for me, and the hard part for everyone that you talk to, You know, when the people that are having the biggest mental health crises, you know, are the natives that are homeless on the streets. They're the ones that are, you know, being deprived resources, clean water. And they're watching an entire nation of people. We are watching a reaction to something that we already know. And it's the reaction that really killed it for me. It was, and I went full steam ahead into a state of shock, meltdown, full force. All I saw were Nazis. And it's this reaction to something that is supposed to be well known. All of this surprise, acting like they had no idea. You know, meanwhile, the genocide is active, right? Like, we're under active invasion. This is active colonization. It's still going on. Like, the land is still, like, the reses are concentration camps. Like, they're not the best plots. They're not the best pieces of land. Development goes right up to the border. The resources on those reses the resources on the reservations are being exploited by development around them. And, you know, water is damaged. Resources to hunt and eat and things like that. You know, the developments adjacent to those are creating so many conflicts that the abundance of resources they could survive on before are now becoming less and less. And it's harder to live on a reservation without having a job somewhere else where you can buy food off the res. You know, food is very expensive, and it's become more and more difficult for them to live on their traditional ways. And if you're not white passing, such as myself, you don't get hired. You don't get jobs. You get treated like a thief or a drunk, savage, uncivilized. You know, I talked to so many people who are Native, who, you know, and even people who I worked with that were Native at, like, the bank, for example. The ones that did not pass as white, you know, told me how hard it was to get their job. A lot harder than me, okay? And I'm white passing. And so you look at that, so they can't work off the res, they can't survive on it. And they're very much isolated. There's a lot of hate crimes against us. You know, we get beat up and called this, wished to die, and told that we're lucky that we were left alive, and they left some of us alive. Like, the list goes on and on and on. I get told to, you know, during Truth and Reconciliation, I went to this mode of full advocacy where the most important thing for me during Truth and Reconciliation was the truth. And I wanted to make sure that people were aware to the act of colonization and the act of genocide, and to stop pretending like this is over, okay? To stop pretending that, oh, this happened 50 years ago, because this is what the reaction was. Everybody was like, oh, that happened in the 50s. And I'm like, no, they did this to me, and they're still doing it to people, okay? My mother is not white passing. And the police criminalized her for things that she needed help for, like mental health things, and they completely destroyed her record. And in the process of that, they tried to rip me out and put me in the Catholic foster system. I'm sorry, ripping children away from parents who are struggling because of a broken system. My mother was in Sisters of St. Joseph's Healthcare when she was pregnant with me, and the nuns there tried to take me away from her too. They're like, you're homeless. And she had to go live with her mom, you know, to make sure that she was able to be a good mother, or they would have taken me away from her. The system here, the Catholic Church, are still stealing children from their mothers. They're making reasons to. They're racially profiling Native people. They are criminalizing them for things that they shouldn't be. Mental health issues. There's so many reasons why they might be in survival mode because they don't have resources, and they're doing things that they shouldn't be doing to feed their kids, and the system doesn't realize that, and no person would want to be doing these things if it wasn't for their survival mechanisms, and they've all exhausted every other method, and so they get caught stealing food for their child at the shopping mart, and they get criminalized, and their child gets taken away and thrown in a Catholic foster system. Same thing, people. The residential schools have evolved to become the Children's Aid Society, and in the 90s I was part of that, and it's still going on today, and it's extremely disheartening. There isn't even I can't even describe it, a word, to explain how I felt watching everybody so surprised. Oh my God, how did that happen? Oh my God, I had no idea. And then the patriotism. You know what? I've been through America, and I've been through Canada a little bit, mostly on the East Coast area, East Side. And the patriotism in the States is like a flag on every window, flag on every pole. There's flags all over America. For the first time in my life, 37 years old this May, I had never seen so many Canadian flags everywhere. Everywhere. And to someone Native, it's like somebody putting a flag on the moon. A flag is a very, very powerful message. And we see it. We're not stupid, It's claiming ownership. That's what that flag means. Claiming ownership, claiming status, claiming your lands, claiming invasion. We're here. We're not going anywhere. This is ours now. So as all these children are being dug up, finally, to go home, more and more flags went up everywhere. And I saw an abundance of skinheads in London, Ontario. And I put up my, message, with regards to the truth of everything as loud as I could on my front yard. And I got a lot of hate. I really did. I got a lot of hate from people that I've never met before, laughing at me, laughing at my messages, speaking very loudly about their, as soon as they saw me out in my garden, because I live downtown London, a very prominent area, and they would speak extremely loud so that I could hear them about their patriotism, and say really smart remarks about how this is theirs now. And I receive it online as well. So when I'm on Grindr and looking Facebook, Twitter, all these different social media programs, every single time that I would create a message about this genocide that's happening, I would get messages from people behind anonymous profiles telling me to go scalp my cousin, to all these really horrible things, to go back on your res, if you don't like it, you're lucky we left some of you alive, and just really people that just want to go out of their way to make sure that we know that it's theirs. And like, and this is at a time that I'm like watching, trying to heal, trying to go to healing walks, and try to really sort of understand how to respond to this reaction by the public. That was the hard part. And it just got worse. The more I talked about it, I went to my member of parliament. He had like 100 flags up for election. He literally planted on his lawn, every single inch, a flag. And I was like, I came to you for help to recognize the hate crimes against me for being Native. And this is Truth and Reconciliation. And you've put all of these flags up. And I took a couple of them and I put them upside down to show that I was. So the messages that I put on my lawn were, I put a flag upside down, and I put every single time one of the sites was exhumed and recorded, I would put the number of children that were coming home on one of the flags, and I would update that. And I got those flags ripped off my lawn, so I tied them to my railing on my front porch. Somebody had the audacity to rip that off while I was away. And, 3 times my flag upside down was destroyed on my property. And so I decided to paint it on the window. So I'm like, what are you going to do, wash my window? So I put a message up on my window, 215, the number, and then I started to add the numbers, and I put a message up, put the flags back up bent that were destroyed, and put them back up to show, I wanted to show like this, these are the broken ones. And, this has been destroyed on my property in front of everybody, and nobody's done anything. It was going nowhere. And I decided on Healing Day, and I had been thinking about suing the government and everybody for quite a while. May and June was full of hate crimes, and I was still in a state of shock when I filed everything. Everything was happening, like every single, just boom, 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 boom. And I went to the courthouse in July of 2021 on the Healing Day, July 1st. After the healing walk, I was listening to an elder, and she said that she had given up on her brother and sister being returned home. She was a survivor of one of these schools. And she gave up on the idea that she would be able to see her family returned. And she never had access to them, and she knows they're there. And she's just talking to the crowd about that she never thought she would see this day come, and that she thought she was going to die before justice. And it gave me hope. That was the most hopeful thing I heard all day. And of course, being there and being able to be present, and even if I have to defend myself, I understand that I'm white passing and I'm not that welcome, based off of what this person, the people that look like do, people that look like me, what they end up doing to people, my brothers and sisters. And I have no problem defending myself, saying, no, I am Métis and I'm white passing, and I acknowledge my privilege, and I try to use it to get this done, to make this better for us, and to get the land back. And I still get very people are scared of people that look white. It takes a really long time to, even with your status, if you're white passing, it takes a really long time to earn someone's trust who is on the res and dealing with this genocide at a much higher concentration than someone like me, because I can go between both worlds. Sort of. I don't really feel like I can go between both worlds. I feel like I just have the white side because that's the perception I provide. And so I just use my spirit and my heart and my brain and everything about me that was raised, and with the, the memories that I have. Who I've become is this, mixed race. I've watched the racial profiling in my family, even my own family, people who look native or live on the res or have family on the res or dad's from the res, or the people that are native are resentful towards the people that are white passing in my family, and the people that are white passing in my family hang out with the other white passing people, and the natives hang out with the people that it's even my own family that is segregated, and it's sad, and it's the same thing for Black community. There are Black communities where there are white passing people in the family, not white passing, but they have lighter skin tones, and they're more successful. And if there's a family that has a range in pigment, sadly, that comes with resentment too, and it's true. And a lot of people don't realize that. Hallie, if your name is more white passing than someone, you will be called in for an interview faster. Doesn't matter what race you are. You could have two Asian people, one named Wendy and one with their traditional language. Who's going to get called first? Wendy. And that's why I'm resented, and I don't blame anyone that is oppressed because of those system poisons, that disgusting prejudice that is within our system. So after that healing walk, I felt compelled, based off of that speech and based off of, just how many reservations people have towards white passing. All the natives that I met on that healing walk, they have very valid reservations towards me, even though I'm Métis. And that hurts, right? Because these are the people that I relate to the most. I don't relate to being white other than the fact that I have all these things handed to me, which I don't want, but I will take to use to make things better. Well, I thought I could. I thought I could make things better. I thought if I, got into a position of power, maybe, or became very influential, used my whiteness and became something, that I could make things better. I could use my voice. No, that doesn't work for everybody. And as I use my voice, I just lost power. I lost it. I lost my voice. The more I yelled about these problems during Truth and Reconciliation, the more white people I lost in my family, my chosen family, my friends. And I couldn't believe it. People could not get their head around the fact that there's this active invasion, and they didn't want to talk to me anymore because I'm actually trying to get the land back, and people don't want to give up this luxurious lifestyle that they have, to be good people. And these people are crying about how sad they are for natives and what happened, but it's like, it's too late now for them. They're like, well, oh well. You know what I'm saying? See, so you can imagine what that might do to somebody. What kind of psychological trauma that is. You know? So you're dealing with this reaction of people. Oh, I'm so sad, but tough luck, sweetie. It's ours now. And you're going to this healing walk thinking, this woman thought in her entire life the kids would never come home. So I decided to start suing the government. I got a fee waiver for 33 applications because I was unemployed. Went into the courthouse on July 2nd, showed them my drafts. And on July 1st, I prepared like 30 lawsuits. 30 of them or something. And I mean, I had no idea what I was doing. All I know is that no one else was going to help me. So, fucking do it, you know? Submitted, went to the courthouse. I escalated. Went there first thing in the morning. Escalated. First I went to victim services, actually. And I was like, victim services? Hi. The court is, I'm a victim of the court. So how can you be a mediator between me and this courthouse because of the trauma that has occurred to me? And I do believe that I'm a victim of this very service. They had no idea what to fucking say. And they got me 2 cops. I'm like, I'm a victim of the police services too. Can you send somebody else to be my liaison through the system? And they wouldn't. They stuck me with 2 cops. And 2 cops then followed me around the court office for the rest of the day. I'm just like, not what I asked for. But I guess that's the extent of the victim services. I ended up getting nowhere and then went for lunch, came back, and then I just started yelling. And they started telling me I can't yell. And I was like, well, this is an expression of my anger, and I'm angry. You guys have 3-hour lunches, and there's all these emergencies, and I'm trying to file these and just like boom, 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 like all these things going wrong. And I'm like, telling me how to talk and deliver all this trauma is oppressive, and da-da-da. I'm like, you can't do this. You can't tell me I can't fucking swear. If this is in my fucking language, you can't discriminate for my fucking language. So I'm fucking angry, and this is expression of my fucking anger. And like, there was a huge line at the courthouse, and they just the courthouse secretary saw like I was going full meltdown, and I was like, there's an application at the Human Rights Tribunal about you trying to oppress me for my fucking anger, and you can't tell me I don't deserve a fucking service because I'm fucking angry at you for fucking, you know, causing all these fucking problems in my life. And the whole line was like cheering, woo, because the girl like just like sat down. We're like, okay, let just like calm down, and we're going to do this. And she's like, we're gonna get through this, just breathe. And like her whole tone changed from like, you know, trying to get me out of the building and not do her job and tell me I don't deserve anything because I'm angry at her, at the system, not her, but the system, and she represents it. And when the whole crowd saw that I like, you know, like, because you know how many people like have to oppress themselves even further to try and tell their story at the courthouse because they don't let you express yourself. And so they cheered. They're like, woo! And it was mostly after the 3 hour, when I yelled at them for the 3-hour lunches, and I'm fucking angry. I'm fucking angry that I have to wait 3 hours while you go sit and fucking lunch for 3 hours. Who the fuck deserves 3 hours lunch? And then the whole thing's and I'm like, I'm fucking angry. I had to wait for 3 hours for you to fucking see me again. I've been here since this morning. I just like went right off the top of my head, and they're like, okay. You know, we'll do this. We'll figure this out. I'm like you had a choice to tell me like there's an option to tell me I don't deserve justice. You know, like that's the best thing. Like I'm so upset that there's even an option for people to be like, oh, I don't like how you're delivering your application. It's a bit too much for me, so you don't deserve justice. Like, that shouldn't even be an option. Even so, I went to victim services first to be like, can I have a professional liaison for my accessibility? Like, I'm traumatized. Like, victim services of all places should be able to do this. And they can't even. So here I am. Cops are already there, by the way. So they're like watching me do this whole thing. And they actually felt really bad for me, not gonna lie. Like, if I had any cops at all, these two gentlemen that were working with me from victim services were actually very, they kept their distance respectfully, because I told them about my traumas with the police as well. So they were just kind of there, and they saw me go off on the courthouse, but like, everything I'm saying is valid. Everything I'm saying is, you can't discriminate me for my anger. My anger is valid. You can't tell me I don't deserve justice because I'm angry at the fucking justice system. Right? So everything I said was really cool. And I got the courthouse operations manager that. And she was amazing. This is right after my meltdown, and I'm still having a meltdown. And this is Catherine Bates, she kept me really calm, and she just looked at the problem, and I showed her all of the drafts, and I told her, I'm not employed, this and that, and she gave me the steps. She told me, you fill out this fee waiver, and I said, I can fill it out right now. She's like, I give you everything. I said, I want everything done before I leave, I told her. And she signed off the fee waiver, and I got her all of the information that I needed for my proof of income. And it was for 35 applications. And I went home, and I submitted all of my my drafts. So on Healing Day, I sued, the Supreme Court, a whole bunch of people, just like a shitload of people. No, sorry. That's right. No, she gave me some steps because I didn't submit everything until October. No, I'm sorry. Correction. So I went home with the fee waiver and everything. And what happened in July? So I know what happens at the end of July. Yes. Right. So when I won that lawsuit, that $100,000, I submitted half of it to a registered savings. I thought I would be back to work. Like, I thought Stantec would fall like a domino after Manulife. And I got into an issue releasing the money after I registered it, even though there was an emergency. I went through the first $50,000 really fast. My mom was about to face an eviction. I had to pay a whole bunch of months off of rent for her, like 5-6 months of rent for her. I was helping her with her medicine, her food, things like that. And I was supporting myself and trauma spending, because I had just been through so much shock that I was just, that's when I started to do drag. And I think trauma really responds to drag really well. Like, I started to, try to identify with my other gender as a two-spirited person for the first time. I really invested in that. It's quite expensive. I got some people presents for Christmas, and so I spent quite a bit. I lent people money as well, like people that were struggling. I took a refugee that just moved here over the winter time, and the government didn't even give him a winter coat. So I took him out to Valley Village, and I got him a whole bunch of really nice knitted sweaters that were really warm, and got him a winter coat. There were so many fucking people that we have taken in, and we just kind of like, whoop, there you go. And we don't even get them ready for winter. We don't give them resources. And, of course, I helped people here that, that were not able to support themselves. Like, I was really generous with that first $50,000, let's say, because I thought I would be back to work very soon. And even though, I went through that phase of trauma spending, I thought, okay, maybe things will work. And everything else happened. And I thought I'll file the lawsuits myself. And I did actually there were moments where I wanted to live. Moments. But most of the time I realized that I was not going to. And there were a lot of slips that I tried to kill myself. You know, where I get overwhelmed with things. Truth and reconciliation. Put the fire under my belt again with that woman. And I thought, you know what? Maybe I should not accept that, you know, I'll die before I see the land given back. You know, because that's always been something that I've wanted. There's no peace until that has been done. And I had that money that was from February. I started to try and unlock that money in February. I had all these issues, and then I was really upset with my employer for pretending to care about Native people. And I was screaming at my employer about these lawsuits and how they're obstructing justice. And I was like, you know, how dare you put an orange square and profess your love for Native truth and reconciliation as you're literally obstructing me from my lawsuit and pushed me into homelessness. And you know I'm Native, it says so, and you all knew. And this is how you treat Native people, Native employees, making them homeless and letting them go suck dick out of their car, right? And I was so mad, and I went all over LinkedIn telling my story on their wall, and I wrote reviews on the managers' pages that I worked with. And LinkedIn deleted my reviews. They were all honest and backed up with evidence. Deleted my profile on LinkedIn. And my employer fired me for reviewing them during Truth and Reconciliation. And it was pretty intense. I lost it even more, I remember. And I was fired at the end of July. And that night I tried to kill myself. I got and then I met somebody who was in the same boat. And before I ended up doing it, going through with it, I wanted to spend some time with some stranger. I don't know, it's always nice to get, you always right before along the path of suicide, a lot of people try to get a few things in before they go. Sometimes it's sex, sometimes it's, drugs, sometimes it's a park. You do subconsciously try to change your state of mind. Even though you're really adamant on no longer feeling this pain, there is sometimes some people do go through a process because, deep down they don't want to die, but they just don't want to feel the pain anymore. And so they reach out to people, they meet strangers that they wouldn't, because, they don't want to meet someone they know because that'll be triggering. And you can sort of be someone else when they don't know you and avoid the trauma. And that doesn't always work. Sometimes you meet a stranger and they save your life. And that has happened a few times for me, where on my path to self-destruction, I exposed myself to a relationship, and he pulled me out of it. He could see that I was self-destructing, and some people are really attentive, and he spent the whole fucking day and night inviting me to his place and really tried to coach me out. And he's another porn star, straight guy, he's really cool, and he really tried to reframe my mindset, and it worked. And then I bought a fucking boat with that money that I had. And I thought to myself, you know what? I have this money left. My employer just fired me. I just survived trying to kill myself again. I was really, really sure I was going to. I went up north to my home in August. to heal, see my family. I took my mom to the Georgian Bay. She hasn't been out there for a really long time. I took her for her birthday. I laid my dog's ashes at my favorite place. I spent August, September, and I wanted to spend longer, actually. But the hate crimes continued in my home. And this was kind of I had house sitters. My mom was a house sitter while I wasn't taking her. And when I took her, I had another house sitter that I paid for, actually. It was a guy to walk your dog. So I was like, can you keep an eye on my house and just be like, just make a presence there, please, and check on things, water my garden, water my plants. And then I had my cousin at the end do it, because I'm afraid to leave my house, with this woman. She's so fucking crazy. And I had one of the best times in my life, because I was able to replace the boat that I lost from the lawsuit. My first initial loss. So my first initial loss, when I ended up homeless, I had a boat from my grandpa. I had 2 cars. I had a whole house full of stuff. All my credit was amazing. God, I could sign a car in my own name, 0 questions. That's how good my credit was. Even after school, it was really good. And, I made sure of it. I did everything I needed to do to be a solid, dependable person. I could get any job that I wanted with my resume and my credit score and my records and everything. And I lost all of it. I lost my boat, lost my car, one of them, lost my bed, my casa dish set from my grandma, everything gone, because I had no place to go, no place to put it. I had cut everything down to a small van. Lived out of my car, threw all my shit at Max's, and that's that boat that I bought after I killed myself was almost identical to the one that my papa passed down to me after he died. And I was really happy. I let go of everything and tried to just work. I created as much videos as I could to post so that I could make money. And I thought, you know what? When I come back, I'm going to file my lawsuit against Stantec, my landlord, and I'm going to make sure that all those other applications that I submitted in July, that they are done and submitted. So I get back in October, early October, I think, and the sign that I painted on my window about truth and reconciliation. No, I get back in end of September. The thing's painted off. Someone washed my window, and I was like, okay, this is my landlord doing these hate crimes. So I painted it again, and I told my landlord that this is for my truth and reconciliation, and it's not to be touched, and to stop committing these hate crimes against me. She shows up on October 1st with the police, telling me that I've defaced with sidewalk. It's like I'm not stupid. I'm an artist, okay? I would never use permanent anything on someone's house. It's actually sidewalk chalk, but it's that one for signs, because you use it for restaurant signs and stuff, and it just wipes off with a dry brush. You don't even need to. Doesn't leave anything behind, okay? And here they are with the police to wash off sidewalk chalk that shows the number of children that have been brought home and the genocide in this country, as well as the hate crimes I've experienced. So they're here to wash off the truth the day after Truth and Reconciliation. She comes with the police. The police tell me that I can then write it on the inside of the window because that's the space I rent and she can't do anything about it. So the very next day, I write it all over the inside of the windows, screaming for help, this and this and that. Sign off on all my lawsuits, submit the lawsuits in October. It's October 18th it took me to harass. I was like harassing the court operations manager again, Catherine Bates, to find a way to massage these into the system, that I've already tried to kill myself because I'm having difficulty with this. I can't get a lawyer, I can't get a doctor. And she just figured it out. I can't remember what we did, but we like massaged the things in. I paid for them all, submitted it, and then she issued a refund. So I like, you know, there was all these things that I had to do for the fee waiver. It was a very complicated thing, but she helped me submit them all. And I got a refund for all those applications. And then they just sat there. The Law Society was the first to respond, if you call it a response. And they just dismissed everything at face value. Like all of them have. Stantec completely ignored me. And then my landlord, going to serve my landlord, I put it on her car, right? I just put it on her windshield when she arrived, on her little windshield wiper, like it's normal to put a pamphlet there. And I recorded her taking it, crumpling it, and throwing it. So I picked it up, and I was calling the police for a witness, you know, or sheriff or whatever. I don't even know what you do, but I wanted a witness to say that she was served so that she didn't say she did not get served. And as I'm waiting for the police, I'm trying to serve her, and I'm in a closed driveway, okay, and she speeds in front of me and literally pushes me 10 meters with her vehicle in a closed driveway, and she literally pushed me with her vehicle. This is using her vehicle as a weapon. On a video, this is the third time she's used her vehicle as a weapon, okay? And this time it's finally on video, and it's worse than the other two times. Police come. They told me I hit her with my car. But it's my fault. You know, there's a bump on my knee, scratch from her vehicle pushing me. I was walking backwards. You know, it happened so fast, and I couldn't believe it happened. Honestly, I could not believe it would happen, and it put me into a very, very, very intense state of shock when the landlord showed up again the next day or 2 days after the police were involved, and they did absolutely nothing with her. Nothing. And that was like, boom. My brain just complete state of shock. Trauma. That was trauma. But the way that I was not protected, the neglect, that's additional trauma because I have a very severe complex post-traumatic stress to trauma and to neglect. So, you know, to have that very vicious cycle happening again in my life put me into a very severe state of shock. And right after that, the government said that people that aren't vaccinated will not be allowed to leave this country. And I just, honestly, I'm still in a state of shock from that month. In fact, this is now officially the longest state of shock I have ever been in. And, you know, after I was raped in university, April, May, June, July, that was 4 months. You know, when my ex-boyfriend almost killed me and I had to move out of his apartment in 4 hours when he went to work, and after being traumatized for 2 years, November, December, January, February, March, April, and I ended up homeless again for the first time in a long time. You know, that was about 5 or 6 months where I started to see things, where I could look at things again. And there's like, we're actually like, we start to remember. Because when you're in a state of shock, it's almost like your brain buries things, and then when you see something that reminds you of something, that triggers something, and it pops up, your brain goes to shut down, and you get exhausted, and you go to bed. Like, you literally, your body just boom down, lay down, you almost pass out. Like, if you don't get to bed right away, you almost, for me, I almost pass out. So I know that I can't go there, and I don't even try. And you don't try. So those random occurrences only happen if you're exposed to something that triggers something. And there's just a complete state of pacing and screaming at the world why. And, but you're not actually asking why. You just, it's incredible. And that state of shock pushed me, because it does definitely, when you're in a state of shock, there's fight or flight. And some people get violent. Some people run. And I'm not a violent person. So I'm someone who likes to use the justice system for what it's intended for. So the biggest problem for me was that I had already exhausted that fight. Okay, so if I was going to stay and fight this, I've exhausted the police, I've exhausted the Superior Court of Justice, I've exhausted the Ontario Land Tenant Board, all of the places that would protect me from this woman are the places I would go to, and that's how I fight things. Like, I'm an advocate. I'm not really a fighter, but I advocate, and I try to go to the court, and I use them for what they're for. It's been like 2 years now using this system with no possible anything on the horizon that could show any kind of resolution to this. So I had completely exhausted everything that I could do to fight this battle. Okay. The only thing left to do was run. And this state of shock put me into an incredible flee moment where, after she ran me over, I did not feel safe here. I did not feel safe leaving. I did not feel safe with my things here. I was scared of everything. Oh my God. And I have no idea how, but I don't even know what took over me, but some sort of incredible determination just consumed me to get out of this country. And I have never been consumed so much in my entire life by any other mission. And to me, that really shows what kind of state of shock that I was in, because I am an extremely determined person naturally. And somehow, less than 30 days, I was able to sell everything off, managed to organize the trip, my plants that I was taking with permits if I could get them, sell my car, sold all my plants, sold everything, got a storage unit, was able to find a shipping container for my items, my art that I was taking with me. And I was going to go apply for asylum in Portugal, given everything that had been happening, and that is what I was doing. There's no way around it. I'm facing hate crimes and genocide, and the system here is not protecting me from it. So I called the Portuguese embassy, I called Portugal. I'm like, this is what's happening. How do I get there? And they said to apply for asylum as soon as I arrive. And that was the plan. I got reference letters from people, a whole bunch of, oh, right. I'm sorry. I actually applied to be euthanized before I decided to move to Portugal. So sometimes my running away, sometimes fleeing to me means killing myself. So I have a flight or fight mode, and most often that flight mode is death, because I don't see the light at the end of the tunnel, and I don't think there's anywhere to run to. And so I was actually convinced people were writing letters for my euthanization, and some of them had convinced me to try a new country before I go with such a permanent plan. And so I did. I decided after that to do that. And that's, that was part of the flight to a different country, is to save my life. I was moving to Portugal to save my life. I could not justify moving to another place in this country when this country failed to protect me from the problems here once, twice, many times. How am I supposed to expect them, if I run into this situation again, how am I supposed to expect them to save me from further violations if they can't protect me from the ones I'm experiencing now? Right? So, the flea, I sold everything. I thought, I talked to a lot of people, and they said there is a pretty high chance that I might not get accepted for asylum. So I thought, okay, if they send me back, they could send me back. They could send me back to Canada. And I needed to keep my apartment in the event that they did. So I was going to give it up. I was going to give up my apartment. But when I found out that they could send me back to Canada, I told my landlord that, this is my place still, and I will give it up as soon as I find new grounding. I have not given you my notice yet. This is a potential thing to do. There's no guarantee that I won't be back. So this is here for me, and I'm not abandoning that. And I told her not to go into my apartment, and she was, oh, we'll see about that. She knew what day I was leaving. She had people watching my TikTok. I was very, very vocal about everything, my plane ticket, when I was leaving, what I was doing, what all my plans were. Just because I was trying to motivate myself in a very difficult time, and sharing those stories with people was giving me a lot of inspiration, because people were really captivated by my ability to make so many changes so quickly. And I was getting a lot of support from people on TikTok and things like that. I left for the airport. She knew what time I was leaving. She has friends all over the place to tell her things if she wants. And everybody saw me packing the van and taking my stuff to the storage units and locking up. And she knew I wasn't going to be back. My landlord waited until after I was gone at 1:30. So I was gone in that very early morning. She came around and put a note on my door, stuck it like a piece of tape, saying that she'll enter my apartment at 1:30 the next day, and she knew that I would never get that note. Okay? She knew that I would be on a plane. She thought I would be on a plane that evening, and I wouldn't be back until an unknown time. So she thought that she was giving me notice. No notice. I was not informed. When you're fully aware that someone's not there, and they're going, and you've been recorded with that conversation. Like, there's a recording with me talking to her about this. So she was fully aware that I was going to be gone, and she's put a note on my door knowing that I was going to be gone. She has my phone number, and there was no reason as to why she was entering my apartment. I was not allowed on that plane. That's another lawsuit, whatever, different story. I come back to my home at like 5 a.m. and find a note on my door saying that she's going to be entering that apartment at 1:30 that afternoon. Well, I didn't get enough notice. I called her that morning, emailed her, texted her. I was like, I just got back from the airport because I didn't get on the plane, and you're not coming to my apartment. I just found this out at 5 a.m. that you want to enter my apartment. You knew I was gone, so no, and I want a reason. She wouldn't give me a reason why. And I was like, you're not entering my apartment without any fucking reason. And I just like, whatever. I locked all my doors, put the chains on, and I put the chains for the lock on my front door. And I was so exhausted, I cried myself to sleep. 11 o'clock in the morning, I wake up to my door being pushed open very aggressively, like boom, boom, boom. And the chain was like rattling, and I could hear them trying to break the chain to the door. I come out, I'm like, what the fuck? I start recording. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Breaking my door down? I said, I'm home. You're not coming into my apartment. I already talked to the landlord board. Da 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 da. And I'm on the phone with the Ontario Landlord Board, and I'm like, it's 11 in the morning. And they're like, well, she gave you 24 hours notice, thinking that, I gave her the whole story. And she's like, oh, I understand now. That is not 24 hours notice. You do need to be aware and stuff like that. And if she knows you're specifically gone, then that's definitely corrupt. And so I was, and I told her, I said, you need to give me proper notice. And so she did again, and she gave me another proper notice. And in that moment, she became very hostile towards me and started to take down my red dress that I put up for missing and murdered Indigenous women and children and men. She literally cut it off the tree and put it in a puddle right in front of me on a video, and then started to take my chairs away and all this stuff in my garden, stomping on my garden. That was whatever was left. And I'm just like, what the fuck, screaming for help. And somebody that was a person that was walking by actually came while I'm recording everything, literally came and told her to stop harassing me. And she left, and she gave me another letter saying that she'd be in 24 hours for a fire inspection. And I said, okay, if you want to come in for a fire inspection, this is her first fire inspection since I moved in, fire alarm inspection. And you're supposed to do one once every year. And I'm like, I responded to her in writing saying, well, Jan SADDY, you're not a fire officer or a fire marshal, so it's not your job to check it. So I hope you've hired a professional for this, right? A fire marshal to be checking the fire alarm, because it's not your job. And it's the fire alarm is it's for the whole house too, right? It's a integrated one for every unit. And so it has to be a professional. I looked it up, and she made me wait for an hour or more, for like 2 hours, and she never even showed up. Okay, there was no fire inspection. All right, she just wanted to look at my apartment, and this is the kind of person she was, and this is exactly why I was afraid to leave this apartment. This is exactly why I have been getting house sitters. The moment she knew that I was gone, and that she could enter my apartment and look around and figure out I don't even know what her plan was, she did it. She tried to get in illegally. The moment I left my place unwatched, she did that. Which proves why I've been so afraid this entire time. Okay? So she's not arrested for that hate crime either. I start putting videos on the YouTube about cops refusing to take that complaint. And my friends were reporting that hate crime that they saw that was videotaped. They were trying to report her hate crimes to the police, and the London police were actually blocking their phone number from calling, like just refusing to take the report. And they let her get away with that. And then I wanted to kill myself because I couldn't get out of the country. I spent the month of December trying to get out of the country, and then I tried to kill myself December 24th. I basically took everything I could. Yeah, that was the hard. I think that was the, like, I'm surprised I'm still alive after that. I spent a lot of money on substances, and they say cocktails are what take you out, right? Like if you mix a whole bunch of depressants together, that your heart will fail and you're this or that, I took a lot of medication and suppressants and depressants and things that would cause a lot of conflicts in my body, and I took a lot of it. And that was for Christmas, and I survived. And then I just wanted to let the government know that this was killing me. And I sent emails across the entire country to people saying that your policies are killing me. And on New Year's Eve, I tried to kill myself. Or I was telling everybody that I was going to kill myself. And I wasn't going to plan that night to do it. But I told everybody, you know, goodbye, this is it. I was going to get some helium and inert gases and just do it that way. I tried every other way. Had this suicide book that I bought. And, you know, this was the least painful way. And so I was like, you know what, I'm going to do it. And the police showed up and they apprehended me and put me in the psych ward. And that was really, really difficult because my voice was taken away. No one would listen to me in the psych ward. They all treated me like everything I said was, like they didn't care about anything. And it felt like a jail. You know, there was snot and writings on the wall and blood, and it was straps on the bed and a camera, and my door was locked. And the funny thing is that I asked for something to read and they gave me a book about the royal family. I'm like, do you have anything else to read? This is like one of my triggers. You know, like this is like one of my triggers. I don't want to read about the OK royal family. The whole magazine was all royal family. I'm like, this is not what I want right now. This is not going to help me. But I fucking read it anyway. And, you know, I told the doctors, like, you know, I'm in here because I told the government that policies that they're making make me want to die. And they couldn't even offer me a vaccine exemption to save my life, but they let me go. And getting out of that quickly actually gave me a will to live a little. Being in that psych ward, that experience for the first time for 4 hours alone and hearing all the other patients screaming for help, and they were in full system meltdown, and I knew that if I didn't control myself, I would have been there for a lot longer too, and it was hell. And if I was there any longer than I was, I probably would have broken down myself and started having a severe meltdown. It took every bit of strength I had to put on that I'm the best little sane patient ever. I was very polite and just, you know, very honest, and just, you know, told them exactly what got me here and, you know, what I'm going to do to prevent this from happening again. And that is simply not holding people responsible for my life. That's really what boils it down to. I have been scared into talking about wanting to die, right? So it's like, after that experience, I will never talk about my suicide again. Even though talking about my suicide and exposing that story to complete strangers is the reason why I have been saved so many times. You know, I can't tell you how to save yourself, but like in my personal experience, you know, when you're suicidal, you're often talking about it and you're public about it because you want someone to save you. You need help, right? And before you get to that point, you already exhaust everyone you know or everyone you think they're there. So, you know, you reach out to friends in private, and some of them don't know how to respond, and they kind of make it more difficult for you because they're not able to deal with it. And you don't know who to ask for help. You know, you don't have a list of your friends with a good at suicide mitigation with like a little badge beside them for that, you know? So the only way you can get help is to speak about it publicly by creating messages about, you know, this is how I feel. And that's what got me thrown in the psych ward, was sharing my desire to die. And now I'm afraid to do that. I don't want to talk about that anymore, because that 4 hours in the psych ward was probably the scariest thing that's ever happened to me when I'm asking for help. Especially since none of the doctors could get me what I need to stay alive. I'm like, okay. Right? So I did get inspiration to sue the hospital and their conditions of the psych ward. I was like, I'm gonna, while I was in the psych ward looking around, I was like, to the doctor, I'm like, I'm keeping a note of every person that has screamed what the conditions are in this room. And I talked to all of them, and they wish things were different. And I'm like, well, things should be different. You shouldn't be telling patients that you don't like this, because all this has done was give me inspiration to sue this very hospital for their psych ward. This is making our brain worse in here. Like, this is traumatizing us further. You want to help us? Everyone in here is traumatized, including myself. And now you're traumatizing us more. You think you're helping? And she agreed. And then I think that's another reason why they let me go. Because I said I was going to sue them. But you have to be good. You can't just you have to know what you're going to sue them for. And you have to be very clever and observant of the actual problems that would earn a lawsuit. And, I made sure that they were aware, and they were aware that I knew that, this wasn't what they wanted either. This is a very negative place, and they know that, and they could tell that I knew that they knew, and that's negligence. To know a place is harmful to others and to not do anything about it is negligence, right? So they didn't like that. They let me go. And I filed a lawsuit against the International Criminal Court, against Canada and the legislators, and not letting me leave the country. And that was ignored. And then I filed a global class action, and I created a petition. And that, suing the Queen of England, I've had cases that were neglected since 2018 that I really started asking for help. Yeah, like February, March 2018, I started asking for help for these issues. And it took until suing the Queen in 2022 to have them heard. all at the same time. All of them, all at the same time. As soon as I sued the Queen, all of the things that I complained about all of a sudden are getting heard. Not for my benefit. No. Dismiss. Every single issue that I had created, okay, since 2018, that had piled up to get to the point where I'd sue the monarchy for allowing this. After I gave her an opportunity to fix it, I reached out to the legislators in the UK and like, here, you need to fix this. They didn't, so I sued them. Their response to that was to discredit and dismiss every single thing that I have submitted up to that point. Everything. All of it. All at the same time. And then they started retaliating against me and criminalizing me. Trying to find something to criminalize me for, but there's nothing. I'm not a fucking criminal. Meanwhile, all these criminals are around me. Jan SADDY is still committing hate crimes against me through this whole process. And I'm not protected. And all these people are watching. All these professionals and experts and people that are supposed to protect me. Well, that's where we get to today. Filed my application to the Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario about Jan SADDY. And this was in April 11th. I was submitted it to court at the Ontario Land Tenant Board. Things were getting discussed with the landlord and tenant board too as well, and they're now trying to evict me, trying to make my life as hard as possible. Everything else was dismissed, my employment, everything, and now I'm being evicted as quick as possible, faster than I can even count. It's going so fast, all because I sued the Queen. So my application against Jan, I'm saying that for my human rights issues, my race, disability, sex work, my sex, my age, my association with sex workers, and she's retaliated many times. Those are grounds of discrimination. The online tenant board application deals with my contract, maintenance, nuisance, her defamation, all of the contract errors and things like that. And then my civil application at the Superior Court of Justice deals with her running me over with her car and all this other stuff. It's very, very difficult for me to... I don't even know. This comfy bed allowing me to do this here is a lot better, actually. I haven't even cried once. Yeah, it's crazy. And this basically just discusses everything that we talked about. It talks about my T2, how the events described affected me. It's monetary compensation and just about everything that I could. I just filled out the application as it's supposed to be. That was submitted on April 11th. I'm supposed to get all the evidence in before the 15th or 16th. I got it in before then. Because she is supposed to respond after that in writing, and it's due April 22nd. Okay? I get a letter from the Ontario Land and Tenant Board after the 22nd, after she submits this. So this is her response. And it doesn't include any of this or any of the evidence. And she's allowed to not even respond to things because it wasn't submitted properly. The way I submitted it, it didn't have the reference number in the subject, but the application I submitted has all the numbers that they need. Plus, I'm really well known by the Ontario Land and Tenant Board, so it's really fishy. So they let her respond to some minor things that weren't really included in the other two applications. This is her written defense. And I'm just going to take a break, actually. Here it goes. So I tried to summarize everything in here. But I will try to do it again. Maybe just read it. Try to do everything off the top of my head before, because it's a bit easier than... It's not easy to follow, but... Okay. So this is Jan SADDY's response to all of my claims. It's the first time she's written anything. I, Jan SADDY, of the City of London, make an oath and say I am an individual residing in London, Ontario, and all the material times was the landlord of the property municipality known as 250 Harmon Street, and as such have knowledge of the matters to which I hereinafter depose, where the information is not from my direct knowledge, but is based on information provided to me by others. I do verily believe the information to be true. This is the first time I've read this. I have no idea what's in here. I'm scared. Lieutenant Aaron O'Neill is an individual residing in London, Ontario, and at all time material times was the tenant of Unit 1 on the premises. That's true, I guess. Pursuant to the residential tenancy agreement, the tenant began renting Unit 1 at the premise in October 1st, 2019. Pursuant to the agreement, the tenant was to pay $1,500 per month in rent. Attached hereto, this is such obsolete language, are marked as Exhibit A, is a true copy of the agreement. Until June 2020, the tenant had paid $1,500 a month. June 2020, right after she hit me with her car and perjured herself. Until June 2020, the tenant had paid $1,500 as per the agreement on a monthly basis to the landlord. Since June 2020, after she tried to evict me in 7 days, that's my little addition there, the tenant has failed to abide by the agreement because she tried to evict me in 7 days. And has made no efforts at compensating me for this occupation of Unit 1 since, because she hit me with her car and all the violations that I looked up that were similar to her, she actually owed me. Like, I looked at similar cases at the Superior Court, and there was a woman in BC that was harassed by her landlord for smudging and smoking in her apartment. And, same problem, smells. And that was just like a small fraction of what SADDY has done to me. And not including any of the other problems. And that woman won $30,000 in the BC at just the Human Rights Tribunal. So not including the rent abatement, the civil issues, just the Human Rights Tribunal for what she did to this tenant. That landlord in BC paid $30,000, and I looked it up. I was looking at comparables when I was creating my lawsuit before she submitted this one, before she tried to evict me in 7 days. I looked up these lawsuits and I was getting my comparables ready. And then she served me to get out in 7 days. So I stopped, and I got another lawyer to listen. That's in the other video. I stopped paying because somebody asked me to go and let her get her perjury through. No mention of the perjurious letter in here yet. Nope. Oh, it skips over all of that. The application dated March 14th, 2021. So from June 2020 to March 14th, 2021, nothing so far. This is number 5 in her response here. I dated a letter March 14th, 2021. I filed a T1 application claiming that I was charged illegal rent, stating that I was overcharged by $3,300 because of the, it's not a 2-bedroom apartment. I was signing up for a 2-bedroom and it wasn't. I was not provided with the required notice informing him that there was an order prohibiting a rent increase. Wait a minute, what's this? The T1 application also claims that the tenant was not provided with the required notice informing him that there was an order prohibiting a rent increase. I don't remember that. The T1 application, the tenant makes the bald statement that the rental unit is not a 2-bedroom apartment and is listed in the agreement. The tenant has failed to provide any evidence supporting this allegation. It's a 1-bedroom apartment. I'm in the bedroom right now, and let's do a tour. So keep in mind, I've been very, very traumatized from this entire experience, and my place is not that clean. I actually have absolutely zero motives to clean this now that all of my stuff is gone, and you'll see why. It's just been a really, really sad story since I sold everything to try and flee this country. So here is the very large kitchen, which is where we basically stood the entire time. I absolutely loved it. And I really, really enjoyed this kitchen. This is kind of the selling point. It's huge, gigantic, really. I just got back from getting groceries, so most of that is new groceries that I'm putting away and stuff. Here's a hallway, which cannot be considered a living space. Okay, here's the bathroom. There's no door lock. Here's the living room. Okay, no closets in here. No closet. This is my suitcases to move to Portugal, actually, and some stuff I couldn't sell. But this is the living room. Okay. It's basically the only functional living room space. There's no closets in here. This is not a bedroom. It's not a bedroom. I don't see any bedroom. Does anybody see any bedroom? Okay, here's the dining room. Dining room. Fireplace. There's the front door. And here's basically the only storage. It's where my computer goes, my printer, sorry. And I go downstairs. It's not very big at all. I just had storage down there. No bed can fit down there. Okay. And this is a very awkward space right here. So it was extremely difficult. I moved in here and I thought maybe, sure, I can do I thought maybe this could be the bedroom I thought maybe I could rent. I was looking specifically for a 2-bedroom apartment because I wanted to rent it out and save some money. I didn't do a good enough check, as I said, because I was so excited that my neighbor was there and I was talking to my old neighbor the entire time. And I was like, oh my God, this is a great experience. I was I did a really quick look. I didn't do my full inspection, like I said in the previous video. And I just looked at it quickly and I thought that this would be enough space for a couch and a table, like doing the living room and the dining room table in here. And I could rent out this room, I thought, anyway. As you can see, with the fireplace, the front door, and that really awkward space down there, no couch really would fit in here with the TV. This was the only space that I could put a table for the dining room. And this was my living room. Now, I did actually call people to see if they would like to rent it. And when I got here, my neighbor was downstairs. This room in particular, this living room, my neighbor downstairs would be gaming quite a bit. And it just honestly, him screaming about the game and everything. I had 2 people that I knew that I thought I was going to be able to share this space with. And they took one look at this room with my friend downstairs, gaming and stuff. And they're like, there's no closet. There's no lock on the door. There's no lock on the bathroom. I have no privacy. They're like, no. And I couldn't rent this as a 2-bedroom. This is a 1-bedroom bachelor apartment. It is a very big room. Okay, here is my bedroom that used to be full of plants and lovely things. It barely fit my dresser, bed, and my desk. This was my space. I couldn't even I didn't even have a second room for my office. And they're trying to tell me that this is a 2-bedroom apartment when my bed and my fucking desk are in the same bedroom. I would have loved an office if I was going to rent here by myself, but it's not. This is a 1-bedroom apartment. No lock on the door. There's only one room with closets. People trying to pass this off as a 2-bedroom apartment? No, honey. And I really do wish I did a better look, or that maybe I asked, perhaps if I should have asked for references, can I get a list of any of your previous tenants and see if any of them rented the 2-bedroom and see how they did here? Because after moving in here and seeing how dysfunctional the space is, yes, they're really big rooms, but there's so many cutoffs, the where the radiators are and the closets and the staircase and the fireplace, that by the time you actually start using up the space, you realize that there's only 1 or 2 things that you can put in each room, and it becomes an extremely tight space very quickly. And I've been designing places for quite a long time now. I've been able to live in some really, really small places and make a lot of things work. But with the room, the front door with the staircase and the freaking, and the fireplace, there really is maybe only, it's not going to fit 2 people. Trust me. And the person that lived downstairs, my neighbor, he told me that people were moving in and out of here. He lived here for 4 years, Adam Alley. He said this place had the highest turnover. People would move in, 2 people would move in, and they'd move right out. A mother and daughter lived here right before me, and they moved out within 4 months. People move in here and move out all the time. Okay, Adam was the longest one, and I'm pretty much the second longest one that's lived in this apartment that he knew of, that in his experience here. I really should have checked references. I really should have talked to people. And these aren't things that you should have to do. When it says 2-bedroom on an application, you should be expected to get a 2-bedroom apartment, not a 1-bedroom. And not a 1-bedroom that you can turn the living room into a bedroom. Okay, that's not a thing. That's the kind of thing that you would get when you want to rent a 1-bedroom apartment and you add somebody to the lease because you don't have money and you're paying for a 1-bedroom apartment and you're converting the living room into a 2nd bedroom. Now that is something you would do under a 1-bedroom contract. You don't rent a 2-bedroom apartment and still change the living room into a bedroom. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. That doesn't happen. She illegally put that on the contract. And look, see, I'm getting really upset just talking about it. Perfect example of how I should not be representing myself in court. This is what they're getting, because I can't do this any other way. I'm like, got a glass of wine, fucking got my joint. Just walking around that too on such a very simple question. Like, that was just the one question about my 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom apartment claim. And that's how upset I get. I don't know why. It's the, it's interesting because earlier, those last 2 videos that I did, gotta take a deep breath. When they say take a deep breath of my medicine. It's the only thing that makes me calm down right away, that doesn't make me a zombie. Okay, so just calm down. So I'm just try and think about this is not my place, to not take it personally. That's how I do other people's work. That's how I get my job done. Okay, it's so interesting that I was able to talk about my trauma without getting very upset earlier twice. I did like I talked for like 2 fucking hours today. But it was all from my mind. I let it naturally come out. I tried to do it as calm and natural, and there was no pressure. Because I was just telling my story like I'd be telling my friend about everything that happened, and there's no real context to me being evicted. I was just trying to share what happened to me from my memory. Now, this is a lot of pages long. There's a lot of numbers here. And because I'm responding, I think, to allegations or defenses to my claim, it's a different tone. Oh my God, for sure it is. You know, I still have been trying to stay as calm as I was before, but for some reason, reading how stupid she is, I'm sorry, but she is, she thinks she can get away with this. Just reading her try and lie in court like this, and this time it's been, you know, this one's a bit different. This one you can tell that she's got a better lawyer this time, and you know, it says, I claim this, but I've not provided any proof. And it's, you know, she's kind of implying that it is a 2-bedroom, but not explicitly saying in writing that it's a 2-bedroom. But I mean, the contract should be enough in itself. The very contract that I signed in writing, with my proof in the end, with regards to that video that I just created, you know, with respect to how it is not a 2-bedroom apartment, should be enough to show that that is a lie, and this is a second lie in perjury, because you shouldn't even be defending it. So I guess defending it is a second lie under oath. So I'm just going to go through these and highlight these. Like, I'm going to try, I told myself that I'm just going to try and do this like it's my job at Stantec, for example. Like, you know, our collections, you know, I had a lot of stressful calls, a lot of stressful conversations. But none of it affected the roof over my head. None of it affected the roof over my head. And reading this is like a constant reminder of homelessness and the complex trauma in my life. Being born homeless, homeless at 14, homeless to university, homeless after I left an abusive ex, homeless. So this is a very complex PTSD. It's CPTSD. Now, for someone with active trauma, with this going on, with a marked impairment, with autism, I find that anything that I submit before court would automatically result in a mistrial just because I don't have the mental capacity to represent myself. Now, if this was any other court case, that would happen. I would be asked if I have the mental capacity to pursue this case and represent myself, and if I did not, I would be appointed a lawyer. Now, I have explained all of this to everybody in every court, even the Attorney General knows, and I'm still not appointed a lawyer, and I've contacted, like, a lot. Not fishy at all. No, this isn't why we go homeless at all. This isn't why Native people go missing at all. No, not at all. Okay, number 5 done. Number 6 done. Bold statement. I don't even know what that means. What the fuck is a bold statement? Oh, it's got hair, baby. So number 8. I verily believe that the rental unit at the premise occupied by the tenant is a 2-bedroom unit, and that as a result, the tenant was not charged illegal rent. Oh, so she did go right out and say it's a 2-bedroom. So my video before is my evidence of the 1-bedroom apartment. Sorry for the mess. Like I said, I've been working on this. I'd love, with my mental state, autistic people in trauma are already well known to not take care of themselves. That the trauma is too much. It's not that bad. I don't have bugs, and I don't have, it's not at a point where, like, oh my God, it's like, so I'm not, like, it's still embarrassing to me because I kept my place beautiful. I had the most beautiful plants, beautiful furniture, lighting, and, anytime I invited anybody to my place, they were in awe of how special it was and how beautiful and clean and everything. And so this is not me. The representation in that video, from the furniture, the layout, I even had to change the layout because it reminded me too much of what it used to look like. And it was constantly triggering me. And so I moved all of my furniture in my bedroom and my dining room around because I couldn't stand the way that it looked. It's been, like, extremely shocking. Like, I have been in a very long state of shock that has never been healed, never been resolved, no clear solution, no nothing. While I get these insidious lies as they lie under oath. I mean, this is her building. She should know if there's a 2-bedroom here. You can't, like I said, you cannot call a 1-bedroom apartment a 2-bedroom. I know exactly what a bedroom looks like. This one has a big closet, okay? And just because perhaps a couple of students who can't afford a 2-bedroom apartment choose to get a 1-bedroom apartment someday in her tenant in the length of her career here, just because she had I'm sure she has a 1-bedroom in it. I bet if we looked at through all of her contracts over all of her years, you will see that it goes from 1-bedroom to 2-bedroom, okay? I'm not stupid. This has not always been a 2-bedroom. And when people probably started renting this place, as a 1-bedroom, you'll get a couple of students to get a 1-bedroom. It happens in Toronto every single day. Like, there are 3 people to a 1-bedroom. Just because there are 3 people to a 1-bedroom and you put a fucking wall in the middle of the living room, that doesn't mean you can all of a sudden change a 1-bedroom apartment to a fucking 3-bedroom, okay? What's next? And I think that, and the fact that she can so blatantly lie to the courts, like, honey, there are records. Number 9. The tenant had the opportunity to inspect the premises prior to entering into the agreement and did not raise concerns prior to entering the agreement. Absolutely. Oh man, I was so distracted by MJ being there, my old neighbor. We stayed in the kitchen the entire time. I took a really quick look at it. Like, I just was like, oh my God, this is beautiful. But I saw MJ started talking about my old garden on Craig Street and all the gardening that I was going to do here. I did one check though. I did one clear inspection because it's very important to me. It was because I needed to look, and I actually thought there was a closet in the other bedroom. I did not do a very good inspection. And we were all having such a great time. There's 4 of us doing that lease signing. Prior to signing my lease. My fault, though, but I still think that she should never have misled me in the first place. And it's her unit, and for her to even imply this is a 2-bedroom apartment is a false pretense at best. And she shouldn't be misleading anybody into thinking that this is a fucking 2-bedroom apartment at all. Whether I inspect the apartment or not, okay? It's like saying to somebody, there's like, a working fridge and a working stove and stuff like that. And, just by chance, you don't look at that, you don't open that stuff. And you like, there's certain things that are like within the contract that are supplied, or like, say, for example, the dishwasher. And she says to me, like, what if there's a dishwasher and it's in the lease? And, I go to use the dishwasher and it doesn't work. And she's like, oh, well, you didn't inspect it before you moved in, that it didn't work. So it says that I supply a dishwasher, but, it's a broken one. That's the kind of concept that this is, right? Prove me wrong. The tenant agreed to the lawful rent as listed. There's nothing lawful about pretenses. There's nothing lawful about false pretenses on a contract. I think I made my point clear before this. This is long. Point 10, I agreed. Point 11, I deny any allegations that the tenant was charged illegal rent and that the tenant is entitled to any rent abatement or reduction. So like I said, it's like I move in here and she says that there's a washer and a dryer and a dishwasher and all these things that I need on the site. And then after I move in, it's like, oh yeah, no, you can't use those. That's I'm sorry, but I said I included it, but like not working ones. It's like, then you have to be like, okay, this is a functional space. And the second bedroom is not a functional bedroom, nor would it ever be listed as a functional bedroom. Like if we got a real estate agent here, and we asked that real estate agent if that was a second bedroom, you can't say that it is, okay? And I don't think he would. And I've worked for underwriting at CIBC. I was an intermediate underwriter. I looked at appraisals all the time, 40 a day, perhaps, sometimes, if it was really busy. I was looking at appraisals all the time. I was talking to CMH, Canadian Housing Mortgage Insurance, or whatever, CHMC, brain fart. I approved loans up to $1.5 million. Licensed. I was a licensed underwriter. I think I would know a thing or two, and I did mortgages, homes, secured loans. It was, low risk, if you ask me. But I still had to adjudicate all the ones that didn't fly. And, I know how to look at a 1-bedroom apartment. I'm really, really regretful that I didn't do a thorough check. Honestly, I didn't even really do a close... I just, peeked into that room, and I was like, oh my God, this is a huge bedroom. Peeked into the other room. Oh my God, that's a huge... possible dining room, living room. It isn't actually when you do the stairs and the fireplace and the door, and it becomes a very dysfunctional space. Everything blocks off and you only have literally the center to use. And then very thin tables, bookshelves, sorry. It was very difficult to put anything in there. So it literally became a table room. And I put some plants in the window, and that was it. And then the living space was the room that she's calling a bedroom. And there's no closet, no door that can lock, no privacy, a glass French door that doesn't even close in the winter because of the, she doesn't even keep the heat here well. So that French door, come winter time, it barely closes, and there's no lock on the bathroom door. And like I said, I tried to rent it out to 2 people. And they didn't feel like they had enough privacy, and they didn't have storage. They didn't feel like it was worth $700 and something, half my rent, basically. Nobody was like, no, I can get a lot. Every single person that would have looked at this, I checked too, and it would have to be a really stupid person, in my personal opinion, to be paying, half of my rent, for that space. And I don't know what the order prohibiting rent increase means, but the tenant failed to provide any evidence supporting the claims alleged in the T1 application. I actually did. I submitted a Google Drive twice. I asked the tenant board where to send it. I've asked for a PIN twice to upload it on their little thing. I've been denied the PIN. No one calls me back. If you haven't recorded it, you know, leaving messages for them and talking to the accommodation specialist. She keeps telling me she's going to get back to me and she doesn't. This is Zinnia Alvarado. She's basically just a wall to talk to and nothing ever happens. The board itself just completely ignores me, as does the Attorney General. And I'm like, how am I supposed to get this evidence? I'm asking all these questions and they're like, we're not lawyers. So go get a lawyer. And like, they know that I can't get a lawyer. Not corrupt at all. No, this isn't why people go homeless. No, not at all. You people that I'm doing this video to, SADDY, Harrison and Pensa, the courts, Attorney General, all of you people are sadistic and you enjoy hurting people. And I'll say that on record one more time. The courts, the people who are adjudicating these files, who allow me to represent myself with all of this trauma, and she's represented with a lawyer, and you know all the facts because I've told you all of them. And to continue allowing this pain and torture, that means you are sadistic because there's no other explanation. And SADDY, we already know that Jan SADDY is a sadistic person because she smiles when she hurts me. And I got it on record. All of it. She literally laughs and calls it a good thing. She literally laughs at me when she's hurting me. And this is the kind of people that get a lawyer, and I don't. I hate it. Okay, how many items are there anyway? This is so that. Is that it? I don't even know what that says. I don't even know what that says. Oh. And like, yeah, I did all this. Okay, I'm gonna be able to get through this. I'm just like, you know. It could have gotten really ugly. Really, really, really ugly. And not go in my favor at all. And I probably would have been homeless a really long time ago if I had not recorded every single interaction with her since December 2019, specifically because of that first conversation that she went crazy on me and said that she would do anything to kick me out of here, including make up information, because she told me on record that there's nothing that she can kick me out for, but she will do it anyway, and that means that she will falsify information because if there's no reason to evict me, that means that the only other option to make sure that would happen is to falsify information. And I can read through the lines, right? And I asked her on record, and I told her after that in December of 2019 that I would sue her, and she backed off for a little bit and made my life a living hell quite soon, like, you know, in January, February, March, as repeatedly expressed in my other video and claims. All the evidence has been provided to the courts, to the Attorney General. They all give me excuses, try and delete it, ignore me, pretend I don't exist when I try and clarify how to do it, or tell me to go get a lawyer. They tell me to go get a lawyer so they can look at my evidence better. It's all on YouTube too. It's like totally protected. Like they're not gonna ever get a virus by clicking on a YouTube video. They can literally Google it. They can literally Google Jan SADDY or Aaron O'Neill and like a lot of stuff comes up. No risk. T2 application about tenant rights. See, I just go like, woo. I get so triggered and my heart is racing right now, and I just go all into these little places when I'm threatened and I don't feel safe. And you know, this entire response, even reading it, this is the first time I've read it because I've been so scared of what she has to say. because of all the things that she's done so far up to this point, I've been so scared to read this after all the things that she said on record, like literally on video in front of me, and all the things that she's done, and all the things I'm claiming that she's done. And I'm like killing my dog, for example. Like, I'm scared to read what she has to say about that, like that's why, I hope it's not in here, but I don't want to deal with that, but I have to, but like, it's terrorizing to be doing this all by myself. And they know that, and that is sadistic to let it continue happening. The courts should ask me if I have the mental capacity to be doing this, and I don't. Like I said, allowing me to represent myself is a mistrial. Every single person, especially in tenancy, that is facing this kind of case, should be thoroughly appointed, especially if they have expressed that they do not have the mental capacity to do so, or the training to do so. And especially since the court does not offer any accommodation specialist that actually can help you get this stuff done, or there's no tolerance if it's done in a different format, that suits my mental capacity, that makes it easier for me. So because I'm not trained on this, I have to figure this out on my own. So I not only have to train myself on how to do it, I also have to do it and, review all of this evidence that I'm terrified of and organize it in a way that they want. And just thinking about it puts me in a very difficult headspace. So imagine that. I was actually borrowing my friend's benzos here and there. He didn't take them all. He only took them in emergencies. And that's what I did too. So that I didn't get addicted to them, because they're very, very dangerous pills. And I've been on everything. And it's, I prefer my marijuana out of all of them, okay? Because I'm addicted to that because I have anxiety and I need to take it for my anxiety. And it looks like I'm smoking a lot of marijuana, but that's just because I'm anxious all the time, but it works, However, dealing with trauma, I actually did benefit from being a zombie. But I can't represent myself in court on those pills, right? So it's a very interesting situation. Although I did take them putting this entire evidence together. There's no way I could have done it without. And I would do like a day or two of it, and then I'd take a few days off, take a break, and, wait until I was like sleeping and getting some rest, and I just work on some other stuff like emails. It was the scanning and faxing and tabling and dating. It was the dating that was difficult, because I had to open up every file and look at it, determine the title of that file, fax. I fucking scanned hundreds of pages, hundreds and hundreds. That was right before my dog died. So from like August to December, I got most of it done. And I was at the finish line, and then my dog got sick in December of 2020 because of the exposure to something that when given the character of the SADDY and everything else I'm claiming with evidence, it's very easy for anyone to believe that has happened. And the entire narrative in itself, for me, there's enough reasonable doubt. It's beyond reasonable doubt for me to say that on record and claim that with the evidence that I have on file against that situation. And and there's enough narrative to go along with that for me to be confident and comfortable to say that on record. And it's not out of the norm, you know. People are that sadistic, you know, and it can be your landlord, and it can happen to you. And you know, there are people in London that have gone around putting poison in things and left it around, you know, and I thought that as well, before before spring, before I looked at the poison mark on my garden and my tulips and all of that other evidence. And then it became, I have to contact the police about the damage to my garden and the poison and the fact that my dog died of poison exposure. So that's been hard to talk about. And it's not necessarily the talking, because I've already told the police, I've already written it out, I've shared my story. The hard part, which is preventing me from turning the page, telling my story again. This is hard. Because I know we're getting to that. And if it's there, just know that I have talked about that a lot. I don't know if I think I might just scratch it out. I don't even know if I can read it. Okay, just keep going. Not my story, right? Number 15. The tenant filed a T2 application March 15, 2021, claiming that his rental unit was entered illegally, that his reasonable enjoyment of the rental unit was substantially interfered with, that he was harassed, coerced, obstructed, threatened, or interfered with, and that vital services were withheld or interfered with. All of that has been true. So, the tenant makes a number of bald and baseless allegations. This is the part that hurts. In the T2 application, and has failed to provide any evidence to support these claims. That I don't understand. The tenant alleges that my attendances at the premises to conduct yard work and maintain the exterior of the premises has constituted an illegal entry into his rental unit. I don't know, that is not something I ever said. We've got my applications here. We'll do it. Oh my God. She did it actually illegally, full force illegal entry though. And yeah, it doesn't even matter anymore because I checked that box off because she constantly showed up, asking for entrance to my apartment within like 2 hours. And she, this was when I first moved in too. Very, very early. Very, very early. She'd text me that day and be like, oh, hey, Aaron, guy for the radiators coming by today. He's going to need access to your apartment in a couple of hours. And I'm like I said, I work from home, so that was not convenient for me. And she made me feel like I had no other choice. Like this is the day that he's coming, and I've already paid for the service, and I've already been living there for a while, and all of a sudden I get a 2-hour notice for like a radiator. I was like not impressed. And to me, without the 24 hours notice under the contract, okay, to me that is forcing entry on me. And I didn't want to upset her at the time, and I felt very uncomfortable after just moving in to be like, no, I'm busy right now. I don't think so. I'm working from home. I'd rather not. I didn't want to say my first no. She was very yeah, you just don't do that. You don't hire work the same day and tell your tenants 2 hours before you hire work that you're going to come in and do some maintenance on a radiator unless it's an emergency, and there was no emergency. It was actually my request. Because there was no heat in the fucking apartment. My complaint, okay, got the radiator guy, and she calls me the same day. So that felt like an illegal entry. Like, I didn't appreciate that. And she did it a few times. And then I started telling her I need 24 hours notice. And that really never happened. Not once. Maybe a couple times. But over the course of this entire time that I've lived here, I have felt like I've gotten absolutely no notice at all. And she's continued to just do whatever she wants. So that's number 17. God, this is hard. I get so triggered. Oh, I get so triggered. I get so triggered. I am so scared to read this. 18. Number 18. Pursuant to the Residential Tenancy Act and Agreement 1, as landlord, I have maintenance responsibilities to the premises which require my attendance to maintain. During my tenancies at the premises for maintain purposes, I have never entered the tenant's rental unit and have only attended to the exterior and common areas of the premises as required to maintain my maintenance obligations. I mean, sure. For me, the way I see it, all of that up to June 2020 is great. Okay. You know, I was a little upset about her throwing her weight around at the beginning. And, you know, I don't mind exterior work. You know, I want the work done outside. You know, I want my place taken care of. I want notice if she's coming into my apartment, which she never gave. I want 24-hour notice and my water's going to get cut off, which I never got. You know, she'd do all this maintenance, but she never told me. I never got notice, never got schedules. Some of it really was a nuisance and intruded on my ability to work from home, and I didn't get any ability to schedule around it. But overall, you know, I want to be paying rent that has done maintenance. Well, my maintenance wasn't done. I had complaints about a lot of things. And, you know, after December, when I threatened to sue her, she's been doing all this maintenance around the house. And after December 2020, anything I asked for was like totally ignored. She, in the meantime of being ignored myself and neglected, she's bending over back for, you know, the apartment upstairs, redoing the whole house, redoing the whole apartment. Adam downstairs, she's bringing a humidifier for, doing whatever she wants, having nice chats outside with him. Basically doing Anita's grocery shopping and taking her laundry to wherever and like driving around like pretty much every single day and doing all of her errands. Real cute, like all this favoritism, right? As I can't even get my tap fixed for the water. I can't get the hose fixed. She actually cut the water off for me at springtime, and I had to like ask another neighbor because she was ignoring my texts. So I actually had to ask another neighbor to be like, can you ask the landlord, you know, to put the hose back on and just say like you need to wash your bike or something? Yeah, totally. And Jan was like, don't ask other tenants to put the water on. You ask me yourself. And I'm like, I've been asking you for like 3 weeks now, and I've had enough. She talks about doing all this maintenance, right? But when you put it side by side with how she's treating me and my maintenance and what she's done against me, and it's really great that she comes on site without 24 hours notice to do other people's work or keep in the yard rate. But after she ran me over with her car in June 2020, and I didn't have a way to record that incident, I felt very vulnerable with her sudden arrivals to do harm. And so I wanted 24 hours notice from that moment forward, from that moment forward. And the police sergeant at Sutherland actually agreed with me. And, you know, I'm sure the doctors would agree that because, you know, the immediate trauma and reaction and meltdown that I started to have after seeing her Jeep, after she tried to hit me with her car twice, that, yeah, I was like, whoa, I would like to have at least a witness on site when she's on here. I want to know how long she's here for so I can prepare for it, so I can have it recorded, so I can have a phone recorded, so I can be prepared, so I can know what to expect. She's already lied on court documents. She's done all these fucking shady things. And I don't feel safe with her showing up whenever she wants, because I feel like she's going to use everything and anything she can against me. And so from that moment on, I have felt extremely vulnerable. I have been afraid to leave my apartment because another landlord did enter my apartment when I wasn't home, when I was at work. I was just at work, and he literally, after we started having issues, he literally went into my house without me going and took my dog. Like, he literally took my dog. I could tell when I got back. And he went through my shit. Like, it was the most violating experience I've ever had. And landlords do this. This is not something that doesn't happen. And she did illegally enter my apartment on December 1st or November 30th. Yeah, even with her notice, she was 2 hours early and literally tried to break the chain off the door, trying to get through. And I never even knew until like I got home at 5 a.m. that day. And I was supposed to be in Portugal. She waited until she knew I was leaving. She waited until after I was leaving to put a fake notice. She knew my number. She knew where I was. She knew I was going to get it. All of it's on a recording. All of it is submitted. Let's see if she talks about that one. This is number 19. I vehemently deny all of the allegations included in the T2 application, including those regarding harassment. Wow, that's something. All right, here we go with mine. The tenant has engaged in a pattern of, this is what I saw this, and when I saw this, I threw it down. This is when I called the Ontario Land Tenant Board screaming, because I saw this, and I just like hearing that over and over again. People using my meltdowns against me, it's wrong. I've never threatened to harm anyone. People don't understand threaten, okay? Threaten, do you know what the word is? Threaten harm. I have never threatened harm on anyone. And if I did, I would already be in jail. Do you understand that? I wouldn't be living here. If I made one single threat in writing or verbal that was on record, and I haven't, because everything I have is, every interaction with her is recorded. And so my threats, right, that I've made are all recorded. And the threats that I make are within my rights. Further action, destroy her reputation in court. I'm sorry, but these are things that happen as a result. I'm literally giving her an opportunity to avoid litigation by threatening her with litigation. That's how litigation works. And for me to not provide that to the defendant, the judge would look at me and say, well, she didn't really know better. You know, every strong case starts with making the defendant fully aware of their obligations, their violations, and their consequences, so that there are no problems in court and saying, I didn't know better. No, every single threat that I have made has been to sue her. And what happens when you sue someone, especially for the behavior that I have included in these claims? I'm not afraid to call her a psychopath. I'm not afraid to call her a sadist on record. I'm not lying about it either when I have her recorded committing hate crimes against me and laughing about it on a recorded video. I'm sorry. Do you want to look at the word sadistic? Someone who enjoys hurting people. When someone is laughing and smiling when they hurt somebody on record, that's like the Joker. It's a fucking sadistic person. It's on record. It's on YouTube. Jan SADDY. Click away. Threatening behavior? Threatening to destroy her fucking reputation with her own actions. I didn't do this. I have given her all of the opportunity in the world to be a better person, and I've been calling her a bully since December of 2019 and telling her that I will sue her if she doesn't stop, and she doesn't stop, and then she starts smiling about it. I'm not afraid. to call someone a psycho when they are one, and I can prove it. There's nothing threatening about that. And there's nothing aggressive either about responding to abuse. When I'm autistic, I've been bullied my entire life. When I'm responding to abuse, I go into a meltdown. It's been happening my entire life. You can't tell me that my normal response to abuse is abusive. You can't tell me that my normal response to abuse is aggressive. Ask a doctor. Oh yeah, I don't have one. Convenience. I wonder why autistic people end up going missing too. I was like, well, see, there you go. Am I supposed to represent myself? Hell no. Mistrial. The tenant has engaged in a pattern of aggressive and threatening behavior towards me every time I have attended the premises or attempted to contact the tenant regarding his concerns as outlined in the T2 application. That is because she is my abuser, okay? And it's not resolved. And it keeps getting worse. And she keeps abusing me more. And I'm not protected. And every time I see her in her Jeep after she's run me over and abused me and called me all these names, I have a full system meltdown. And in fact, my response to her is actually with my phone, like this. This is how abusive I am, okay? I'm recording her because I'm afraid of her. That's what I'm doing. I am recording her every single time she's on site, and I have a recording of almost every time I catch her on site. And I'm asking her questions, and this and that, and that's considered abusive. No. She won't answer my issues with court. She wouldn't answer my... She know how long it took me to find out... to get a lawyer from her? Like, I asked for her lawyer's name ages ago. Months went by before I got the tap. I had to submit a T2 application to get my tap fixed that was dripping since I moved in. To get my other tap fixed that was dripping since I moved in. To get the fucking ceiling fan looked at that's only for industrial use and shouldn't be in here. And right on there, there's a sticker that says should not be installed below 3 meters above grade. And what is it? 2.5 meters above my bed. It's a fucking industrial fan, ceiling fan. It's not even for... It says right on the fucking fan, not for residential. And yet, there it is. And ignored about everything until I submitted a T2 application. And she's telling me that I'm ignoring her? I'm ignoring her? She doesn't even look at the YouTube videos of her. No evidence? I've tagged her in videos on Instagram. They all know. They've all seen it. So funny. On or about June 14th, 2020, I attended the premises to collect yard waste and maintain the premises. The tenant approached me and verbally harassed me, causing me to fear for my safety. This is the first complaint from that letter of perjury that I find. So the one on April 28th and the one in December of 2019, she redacted from her first one to evict me in 7 days. When I attempted to leave the premises, the tenant blocked my vehicle and continued to harass me and act in a threatening manner until I was forced to call the police. That's pretty much what she wrote. I already defended this. So I was under the impression by Sergeant Sutherland on June 11th that I was to get 24 hours notice to have my phone recorded or to have a witness, considering the last time. She showed up at 7 a.m. She shouldn't be on site before 7 a.m. Okay, landlords, unless, there's an emergency, sure, but there was no emergency. She's just freaking there. And she's just constantly invading my privacy. She's constantly there, right? With Anita and all that. And after what she has done and how she has threatened to evict me by falsifying information, yeah, absolutely. I've been extremely scared every single time she's arrived. Every single time. I'm afraid that she's gonna video. I don't even know. I have no idea what her intentions are. But up to this point, they have been extremely fucking evil. Okay? So yeah, I had every right to be afraid of this woman and want some more peace and understanding of when she was going to be on site so I could have a witness and be prepared and know what was going on. And I think that should be in every tenant's rights. If, going forward, a landlord starts abusing a tenant, there should be absolutely freaking notice. It doesn't matter if it's their house, you should, or they should hire a property manager. Like, unless there's an emergency, there's no reason to be on site every day. And she's not an electrician. What is she here for? Like, to let the person in, but that's it. No, she spends the whole day here hanging out all the time, slow, watching, looking through my windows. She's crazy. She's absolutely fucking unhinged psychopath. And nobody cares. Telling me that I'm harassing her? I have a purpose. If you look up harassment, I did collections, okay? I did collections for 5 fucking years. Do you know how many times I had to tell debtors that harassment is without purpose, no meaning, undue harassment? That's harassment, undue attention, undue criticism. Every single time I contacted, every single time she came on site to do something or throw a raid around or hang out with Anita, I was afraid. And so I recorded her interactions or her time on this site to protect myself from anything that she would falsify. Okay, I covered all my bases. I asked people for character references. I had a pretty great relationship with everybody until all this stuff happened and I got completely humiliated. And it was extremely humiliating to go through these meltdowns in public. And have the police here asking them for help all the time and fucking just, I've been a real fucking scene here. It's humiliating. Absolutely the most humiliating experience in my fucking life, living on this fucking street. She wants to tell me I'm harassing? Every single time, all I've done is try and protect myself. And it's all on video, people. My so-called threatening behavior is all on video. Every single time she's on site, I recorded it. Why? Because of this. This woman. I am not new to these people. You might think I am, but I am not. And I am not one of these people. These fucking sadistic liars who will lie through everything and expect me to not have my records. Well, guess what, honey? You people are protecting this fucking woman and you're not letting the evidence through and you're giving me all these fucking excuses and all of it's on YouTube, honey. Telling me I'm fucking harassing. I'm actually less harassed. This is it. This is Aaron. This is Meltdown. I'm not harassing anybody. I'm fucking angry. And my anger is valid. And it's due. My anger is due. This is not harassment. This is not... I'm very upset that this has happened. And anyone would be. And to tell anyone to oppress how they want to express their anger is fucking oppressive as bull. You don't fucking tell me how to express my anger. Fucking lies. And I'm acting a lot better than most autistic people, okay? This is a very difficult thing to go through. This would put anyone into a meltdown. Anyone. And the fact that I can even get through it, like a little bit. The fact that I can even do this. Is a lot. And I can mitigate anybody else's problems because it's not affecting the roof over my head. I was really good at work. I was really, really good. In fact, a vacation to me, something that I procrastinate with because I am so freaking vocal and public about all of this trauma that a great number of people actually approached me and asked me for help. And I put this down for a day or so and all the other ones. And I helped them. it's easy for me. It's like, not my problems, but they need help, and I know how, and a little bit, like I know a little bit. I get farther than most people on my own. I do. Lawyers are very impressed with me. A lot of people are really impressed with me. And a lot of people look to me for advice because they don't get lawyers either, and they want to know how to do this. And it's killing me. Oh, look at it. Talks about this is so weird. It's weird reading. It's so hard reading this because, like, I've been so thorough since December 2019 when she said she would do anything to kick me out. That very moment, I was on guard, and I was like, I'm not going to trust this woman. I'm going to record every single time she's on site just because she could do and falsify anything. Okay? It's crazy. On or about November 2020, which isn't true because the recording started in December 2019. So this says number 22, November 2020, the tenant began taunting and recording, that's a cute word. Taunting. I'm just picturing myself taunting her, and it's so not accurate. I did taunt her when I served her the court documents, though, I will say. When I taunted her at that very moment on record, and I was like, are you scared to go against me in court? That would be considered taunting, I did, because, I put it on her thing, and she was so rude and she just looked right through me. That I handed her the serving, and she looked right through me, and she called me a weirdo or something, and I was like, oh, okay. I was really insulted. But she called me a weirdo, and I was like, aren't you scared to go to court? Aren't you scared of these claims? Because they're very serious. My claims are very serious. And I'm like, aren't you scared? And she just totally ignored me. I mean, that would be an example of when I've taunted her. That's taunting behavior. I have probably asked her maybe a couple times whether or not she was scared to go to court. Are you scared? Are you not scared of these allegations? Because, I would be. I was in my head trying to give her an opportunity to do better because, this, if somebody came to me with the proof and these allegations, these are my claims. If somebody came to me with all of this information, and I had done all of this, and then I found out that there was evidence of it, I would be really scared. I'd be like, uh-oh, I fucked up. I pissed off the wrong person. That's literally how I would fucking feel. Uh-oh. I would if I was a habitually abusive person who has gotten away with it for so long, and all of a sudden someone like me comes along and records every single interaction, and does everything they can to give the person an opportunity to stop, and they don't, and then all of a sudden like that, I would be shitting my pants. But no. So I'm taunting her now as of November 2020, apparently. No, honey. October, yeah, no, honey. So my previous videos talks about what happened from October to December, from the running my garden over, harassing me while picking up my dog shit with giving me only 2 hours notice, cutting the grass, running my garden over with the lawnmower, that was October. And then she cut the lights to my Christmas lights one time when she was back. I watched her. I literally watched her go right up in behind the bushes where she was. She was back there for a little bit with a friend, looking at this, what to repair, looking in my window. And she fucking cut my Christmas lights with, like, I didn't see her actually do the cut because I wasn't staring at her the entire fucking time because that's really weird and awkward. I try not to record everything because it's just too much. She's literally here all the time. It's mostly, if I need to interact with her. So sometimes she blocks my car and I'm forced to interact with her. So I'll record that. Sometimes I'm outside doing something and she shows up and she comes into my space and I record that. I record incidences where she's there like 3 or 4 times a day and I'm like, just getting it on record, this is her 4th time. And it's like, oh my God, just to explain to the courts, this is the kind of, exposure I have to this woman. And did all the Christmas light damage. And then my dog got sick in December. She did damage to my Christmas display 3 times. And I recorded each one, like not her doing it, but after the fact. And she's knocked over she's done a lot of damage to my stuff. Like I said, as walking up the stairs, like multiple times, 3 or 4 or 5 times, 5 times at least. 5 times at least, has to be. Because the reason why I say 5 times is because I had like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I had like 15 beautiful little planters with beautiful little plants cascading around them. And, she was here and I working in my bedroom right here beside these staircases. And I know when she's here, I know the sound of her Jeep. I know how fast she pulls in. She's the only one that drives this way through this driveway. Every other person that drives through this driveway, it's very narrow and it's very angular. She's the only one that speeds through it, okay? Everybody else drives extremely slow because it's like you have to make some really, angular turns to get through this one area where the deck is up. The deck and the fence meet. You have to kind of like, she flies through in her Jeep, okay? And I know when she passes my window with her Jeep that it's her, and I get ready and I go and I check to see why she's here and I pay attention. She's often going upstairs. Okay, she's going upstairs, these stairs, boom, she stopping up the stairs, boom, knocks over a planter, and I come out, there it is, broken, and I'm just like, what the fuck? And a few times I recorded it and asked her, right after she did it, why did you break it? Why are you breaking my stuff? So, and she just like ignores me. And there's a lot of other records of that. And she's done it on video. She even ran over my garden with her lawnmower right while I was recording it. There was like 2 feet that she went right up to. I'm just like, that's well beyond the garden bed, sweetie. Her lawnmower broke on the garden because she was going over very big plants. Like lawnmower is for grass, and she was going through like plants, and it broke while she was cutting the grass. And she had to leave with half of it cut. It was so embarrassing. All of it on a recording. And she's telling me that I'm taunting her. No, honey. No, I'm just recording her for my protection and getting all of her harassment and abuse on record. Like I said, all of it's on YouTube. This is so much. Oh my God. There's only 30 things, right? And it's weird, like one of the only text message that she submits, it's like kind of goes against her, which is weird. So that's it. Okay, so I'm almost done, everybody. Oh my God. This is a lot easier than typing this out. As you can tell, I get really sidetracked, really triggered, really easily. I'm gonna take a break. Oh God, here's part 4. Okay. Let's finish this. Almost done hers. Let me go back to mine. Number 23. Every time that I attempt to speak with a tenant, he becomes irate and at times threatening. Attached here to and marked as Exhibit B is a true copy of text messages received from the tenant. The text messages include at Exhibit B represent only one example of the abusive and threatening response I've received from the tenant during the course of his tenancy. So it's kind of funny because this doesn't make her look good in my opinion. So this is the text message that she included, the one. I've included I've included 100% of the text messages in my discovery that somehow is missing. Hi, Manir and O'Neill. You are just, this is what I wrote to her, and I mean it. I mean this all. So here's an example of my anger, my trauma, and my threats. Okay, this is what she's calling threatening and abusive. Exhibit, whatever. You're just the biggest psychopath I have met since I was raped. And what you've done to me is worse than that rapist. You hear me? You fucking psycho. You are a predator. I can't even look at a fucking white Jeep without trauma. And if you think that my trauma is a joke and you'll see otherwise and you think you're gonna win in court, I've never lost a lawsuit. In the first paragraph, I'm telling her that she's a psychopath. Why she's a psychopath? Because she's used her vehicle as a weapon and she's intimidated me and threatened me multiple times. So I'm very, very much in a state of shock when I see her. I called her a predator because she's literally been preying on me, trying to get rid of me. And the only threat there is a lawsuit, which is in my rights. Like, I'm not going to threaten her to hurt her, because if I did, I would be in jail. I would never, even, like, I could hate her more than my rapist, and I still would never touch a finger, ever. Because that's not my job to punish her. It's not my job to punish her, okay? And, you know, it's I'm asking the courts to, and the police, to look at her behavior and do something to protect me. And I haven't been. So, yeah, I'm getting a lot more agitated and a lot more traumatized because I'm not being protected. And that's normal. Keeps going. I actually thought you'd be smart enough to wait a little longer. It's so obvious. And this is basically, you know, waiting to get the court result. You know, I when I wrote that, I had already told her that I was going to sue her for all these things, and I gave her all the shit I was going to do. But she like turned up right away the next day to intimidate me. And like, you know, if I was her, I would have gotten a lawyer and I would have been like, how do I proceed with this without getting sued? Do you know what I mean? But no, she like literally kept adding violations right away, as if like everything I had said about suing her was just a big funny joke to her, and that she like was not threatened at all by me. She would, if somebody is threatened by somebody, whether it's law or physical, okay, one or the other. I only threaten lawsuits. The only thing I've ever threatened her with is using the courts for what they're intended for, or the police, or the justice system, okay, or the landlord and tenant board. You know, and if somebody was threatening me with law, I would go get a lawyer, and I would be like, how do I avoid this? How do I avoid getting sued? I feel threatened that I'm going to get sued, you know, and she clearly thinks for no reason. So, you know, what can I do to avoid that? And she continued to abuse me. Now, if she continues to abuse me, and yet she's afraid to be sued, right? She's not, though. She's not afraid to be sued. Do you get it? This woman is not threatened. She comes by here by herself. She comes here by herself all the time. Walks right past me. And the entire time she's giving me a really rude look. Or giving me a huff and a puff and you know, giving me really horrible cut eye and things like that. And I'm just like recording it to make sure that she doesn't go to the courts and say, oh, Aaron did this one day when he wasn't recording. And I won't have proof, right? I also said, so this must have been a later text, you already know I've proved to the court that you're willing to lie under oath, so good luck, sweetie. And you've got people to lie for you too. You're going to have a cold hard facts on me, and I can't, and that's it. And I meant that. So the fact that she already perjured herself, anything that she says to the court, anything at all that she says to the court, she's lied on my lease about the 2-bedroom. That's one court document. That's one perjury. False information. She's told me on a recording that she's going to falsify information. She's falsified information twice, okay? And then she used the court documents again to falsify further information. This woman has lied to the courts multiple times that I have been able to prove with my own evidence and my own, you know, due diligence. And I told her right here, you know, good luck. Because, like, I've already proven beyond reasonable doubt that you're willing to lie under oath. So anything going forward should require cold, hard evidence. And this is kind of like the only evidence that she submitted against my threats. And it makes her look bad, in my opinion. If I was like adjudicator looking at this, I'm like, well, he's literally telling me about his trauma and what he's going to do about it. That's not a threat. That's promising somebody further action for their crimes. That's not a threat. That's due diligence. But sure. And I think she's been successful at this before. Being able to just paint a story and get away with it without evidence. Because she's an older lady and very convincing. And she's used to getting away with it. She's used to getting whatever she wants. And she's never had someone like me before. Clearly, because she's been so flabbergasted, like so flustered by this whole event. To date, the tenant has not made any submissions to the landlord-tenant board and has not served me with any submissions or evidence regarding this matter. I have. It's just not done the way they want it. And that's because I don't have a lawyer. And that's not my fault. I'm not trained to do this. Like, this isn't my specialty. And I also have a marked impairment from her trauma. And I'm also actively traumatized from all of this. So my ability to do this is like, but I've served her and everybody else in the ways that I could learn how, the ways that I could figure out, the ways that matched my mental capacity. Almost done. Number 25. In addition to the T1 application and the T2 application outlined above, the tenant has filed a T3 application for a rent reduction due to a reduction of discontinuous services or facilities provided in respect to the interunit residential complex. Now, she actually fixed some of those problems, so because of the T2. Like, I had been complaining for months and months and months. Like, what's about this? What's about that? What about this? You know, you're doing renovations upstairs. What about my problems? And after I filed the T2 application, she hired an electrician and a plumber to fix the leaks and, the issues that I had. But then she sent her friends in who treated me really rudely. That recording, I recorded that. She sent in this guy, this electrician, and he fought with me and tried to accuse me of opening outlets and stuff. That's not my job. Like, there's this knob and tube lamp when you take the glass globe off to clean, which is what I did, the knob and tube is exposed and it's fraying and it's old and it needs to be replaced. And he's like, how do you know there's knob and tube in there? And he's like challenging me. And I'm like, well, take it off, look. And he was like accusing me of like looking through inside the wiring and like doing things that I shouldn't be doing. But I was like, that's not what I'm doing. Like, you can literally open that to clean and you'll see that there's knob and tube there. It's quite apparent. And so to have homes that are spliced with updated wiring and knob and tube is actually quite illegal. It's illegal wiring to have both, because what happens is if there's a shortage, if there's an overload, it often, it could potentially catch fire in those areas that are weakened with the frayed shoestring. And it's a very old outlet, so we don't know what, voltage, and I'm not an electrician, so I don't know, but, having knob and tube with, a bunch of air conditioners going in all the apartments and all these things going, it's easy for a shortage to happen. And if there's knob and tube, that is a likely place it could catch fire or, worse. Number 25. So she did really try to get those things fixed. When she fixed the leak under the sink, her electrician took the faucet out, but the leak was in the pipe below. And then she took my no-touch faucet out of the apartment. And I was like, I would like a replacement of the same quality of faucet. And she's like, no, I don't do that. I'm like, well, if my lease says that if I walk into my apartment at the time of signing my lease, and the faucet is a no-touch faucet, those ones that have the sensors, if that was one of my selling points for the lease, because it really was, when I told you, the kitchen is the first thing we walked into and where we stayed for most of the appointment and talking and really enjoying our time. And I looked at the faucet and I was like, oh my God, I cook a lot. And that was a really big selling point because I don't like cross-contamination, and I thought that would be, something really nice to have. And so I asked her when she was going to fix the leak to replace the same faucet. And she just gave me a generic one. So I'm like, well, if you're promising this at the time of signing a lease and then you change the quality of you should be able to reduce the rent there as well. The T3 application makes a number of baseless allegations which the tenant has failed to provide any evidence in support of. Not true at all. I've submitted it multiple times. On March 24th, 2022, the Landlord and Tenant Board issued an interim order directing that the tenant deserve and file submission regarding the T1 application collectively. By April 8th, attached here to and marked as Exhibit C is the true copy of the interim order. To date, I have not received any submissions to evidence from the tenant with respect to the applications, which is not true at all because like all of it's on YouTube, and I've given like the letter that I wrote the board literally has links to every single YouTube video, which I created videos to put everything together because I was having difficulty as someone who's not a lawyer submitting this evidence because they wouldn't tell me how. I have no accessibility accommodations. No one's giving me instructions. And like it's been extremely traumatizing to have to learn how to do all of this without being trained, you know, and while actively traumatized. And she has a lawyer and I don't, and her lawyer's doing everything for her. Number 29, I verily believe the tenant has failed to meet the burden of proof required by the applications, and further, the tenant has failed to comply with the interim order, which is not true at all. I have literally if anyone doesn't see how much this has been a burden in my life, then I think they're choosing to be extremely blind. I make this affidavit in support of an order dismissing the applications and for no other or improper purpose. And so that's the end of her thing. So I guess it's not as hard as I thought it was going to be. Like, she didn't even talk about my dog. And, here's instructions by Kimberly Parrish on how to do things. It says to open LTB, the online thing, but I need a PIN number, and I never got a PIN number. And it says that I have to do all these things again and again. It says to, submit my evidence. I submitted my evidence in 2021. And it's really frustrating that they keep telling me that they don't have my evidence. Okay? So that is her order. Now let's talk about mine. What I wrote. Now I already talked about it in my other videos, but this is important to read again, in my opinion. So I'll use the Human Rights Tribunal last. We'll go in order. Let's go in order. Okay, so this is dated One, two, three, four. Okay, so this is the Human Rights Legal Support Center that I reached out to, I think in 2020. It's 2021, sorry. Okay, so this is the first one that I submitted. Okay. All right, so this is a lot. This is my application. It's a lot of information. So this is my T2 application. This is the first one I submitted in 2021. And it starts, and I had no idea how to do this. Like, I just did the best that I could. So I talk about the no notice, my personal space in which she enters nearly every day, my garden. Now, my garden is my personal space. It's in the front yard, okay? That is literally the most important space in my entire apartment. More important than my kitchen. My garden is my sacred space, okay? No one can tell me otherwise. She has basically forced herself into this area in my sacred space over and over and over and over again. And she knew at the time of leasing this apartment, that this was a sacred space to me. And I've never been able to appreciate that space without fear, okay? Because every single time a car drives by, I am like, is it her? Is it her? Is it her? Okay, it's not. Okay, calm down, relax, okay? Which is why I want to notice when she comes around so I could enjoy that space, but I haven't been able to. So no notice, the personal space in which she enters is my garden without notice, warning, and considering her violent and manipulative behavior up to this point, I feel completely violated within my sacred space each time she shows up without notice, without reason for this landowner to be on site. And, you know, doing favors like driving Anita around to do grocery shopping, stuff like that, or, you know, driving her around to do laundry and things like that. That's not maintenance for the property. That's favoritism towards that unit. And then for her to go against my request, which is, you know, to give me notice, shows that she doesn't care about what my needs are and will bend over backwards for someone else's needs. How do you think that makes me feel? Who cares, right? Constant changes in the lease. It is my personal opinion that the homeowner should never have asked me to deal with this with regards to the smoking. She should have told Unit 2 and anyone that complained about the smells that I can smoke inside this home. That's what I agreed to. That's what the lease says. I shouldn't be stopped from smoking inside my apartment. If it says I can smoke in my apartment and there's no shared space, it doesn't matter, okay? Lots of smells come in between. My cooking, a whole bunch of stuff. There's no smoke going up there. There's no vents. There's no nothing. I checked. If it was a shared space, they could argue. The tenants upstairs, if there was a shared space, or eventually a shared ventilation system, then the tenants upstairs that were complaining about the smells could complain about health issues or something, but they could not do that. And I checked with the board and the lawyer, and I even said to the judge, to Jan SADDY, I was like, it's not your job to do this. It's the tenant's job. So you can't file an application on behalf of the tenants. You can't fight this for them. If the tenants upstairs have a problem with the smoking, they have to file the application, okay? They can't just go to the landlord and start asking the landlord to start bullying me to change the lease. That's not how it works, and I told her that. I'm really not stupid. I may be very, very traumatized and not know how to do this perfectly, but I'm not stupid. And I'm not stupid. And I can't be fooled like she thought she could. Oh, some disabled kid. Da 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 da. Been renting an apartment since I was 15 years old. 37 years old. Out of all of those places, I've had 3 extremely bad landlords. Okay, and this woman is one of them. Constant trauma. To say that I have lost all sense of safety in the city of London is an understatement. False information. From December 8th, she used every single opportunity possible to evict me, lying for neighbors, tenants, and her friends. However, this unhinged behavior is extremely terrifying. Every second I have lived in fear of her. She has lied on recordings as well as through the court and to the police She has defamed my reputation with neighbors by gossiping or falsely accusing and humiliating me in public when everyone is around. Of course I'm going to be afraid of her if she's doing that shit. Who wouldn't be? This is the roof over my head. I'm the vulnerable one. I'm the one that could be thrown onto the street. Like, she's not afraid of me at all. Going back to the construction, I could not plan, work, sleep, live in my home without heavy machinery, and she greatly obstructed me from maintaining my social, economic, mental, and physical health from February to May 2020. I've been deprived, whether essential, included in the lease, or expected from social services. I have been denied equal treatment. It is extremely clear through her treatment of others at 250 Hyman, with the comparison of how she has treated me, that I was discriminated against for her own mistakes on this contract since moving in. Never has she held herself accountable, nor has the system, according to my records, with regards to the smoking incident. I should be able to smoke in here if it says I can. She even said it on a recording. She's been constantly throwing her weight around as a bully. And trust me, I know I know bullies. Throwing her weight around since I've said no to the addendum on the lease, which is within my rights. An addendum is a mutually agreeable update. Like, an addendum is when, that there's a change in the contract, but it has to be mutually agreeable. Like, everybody that signed the contract has to agree of the addendum. And since then, I have felt harassed since her first threat to evict me illegally in December of 2019. She has been allowed to continue this behavior by the system, which is criminal negligence on the Ontario Land Tenant Board. My sacred space is my garden, which was constantly violated. I spent the majority of my time in my garden up until the episode in June of 2020. Up until then, I felt somewhat safe from her. After June 11th, I constantly hid from her, and she showed up unexpectedly all the time, from June 2020 until now. I bought better blinds and even felt violated as she could see into my home, and she came by all the time without notice. I have never felt so violated in my life. She spent a lot of time at my windows, in the front and at the back. She stomped on my steps by the bedroom window, which is right here beside my bed. Whenever she went by at 6 and 7 a.m., she'd go up to Anita's place and stomp all the way up. Well, specifically stomp beside my bedroom. And she made me feel like I was being watched by neighbors, and her camera that she installed after I moved in the front and backyard, and always made sure to make me aware that she was on site without notice because she knew that it bothered me. She blocked my car in when she parked here, and she made it impossible to avoid her. So if I had somewhere to go, she would park in the laneway where I couldn't leave, and I'd have to approach her. And sometimes she would completely ignore me until I'd be like, hello, I'm recording this. Like, you're ignoring me. Can you please move your vehicle? And she'd finally do it. I'm still in shock. I'm still in shock from December 19th from this woman, truly. The occurrence number, London Police 2054567, Sergeant Sutherland. There is a video on YouTube discussing this with the police and my struggle in having her criminal activity investigated fairly. If the situation was reversed, an autistic man pulling these stunts on a vulnerable woman, I would have been put in jail a long time ago. If I did one thing that she's done to me, I would have been put in jail. Then there's the perjury, June 25th, 2020. This is a $25,000 offense to the Ontario Land Tenant Board if she is caught. Jan SADDY signed an N7, sealed and delivered a legal binding provincial document to intimidate me and evict me from her home. Then used her personal lawyer to intimidate me outside the Ontario Land Tenant Board. And finally, she withdrew both of them after I complained to the Ontario Land Tenant Board. That I explained a little bit better in my other video. My public safety has been completely eroded due to the direct negligence put the community of Woodfield in danger from house fires. Okay? Oh, right. No, she did fix this, but it should never have even happened. So, she didn't fix all of it, though. So, in the time that I've been here, I've noticed a number of fire hazards. Okay, and I had a house fire because of a negligent landlord once already before. So this is direct negligence to put the community of Woodfield in danger from house fires due to hazards with illegal electrical, the explosive barbecue, misuse of space heaters, mixed knob and tube wiring and updated panels, as well as intentionally pouring dozens of flooring nails around my car that could place myself and others in danger while driving should one puncture my car without warning. Okay? Every time she did construction, when she ripped the flooring out of the place above me, I found flooring nails all over where I park. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, what kind of who trained these people? If I got a nail in my car and I drove around, I could have hurt somebody else. Okay? I received damages to my tires. I had a nail in my tire, actually, that I caught. Damages to tires during renovations. She said she was going to pay for that anyway, but I never got the money, actually. So damages. This is an article on damages. Right here. So damage to tires during renovations. The stressors created during unregulated renovations caused damages to my social and professional relationships. She's broken planters, stomped on my garden, intentionally ran garden over with lawnmower multiple times while on video, winter damage to houseplant due to lack of heat, conflicts with her and how she defamed me or spoke for various people to intimidate me, impacted my relationship with neighbors. I had issues with the heat ever since I moved in. I lost houseplants for the first winter. The second winter, I had to figure out how to keep plants in the warm room that were sensitive to the cold. I blocked off my kitchen because there's no heat in the kitchen. Had to keep my bathroom door closed. Had to create a curtain in one room to keep it warm. Like all these things that I had to do to mitigate the cold in the apartment. I didn't even have to put stuff in my fridge. My kitchen was so cold, okay? I didn't even have to put stuff in my fridge. Like, if I left my milk out, for example, it was actually colder. It was like almost frozen. That's how cold it was. Should have got a thermometer, really. And then damages to my reputation. Every time that I had a meltdown trying to defend myself from her, that was extremely humiliating. And then, she knocked over my Christmas display, my string lights were cut, my wreath was stolen, and, there was potential harm towards my dog, and potential risk of damages caused by illegal wiring, electrical work, explosive appliances, blown tires, all this stuff is just being overlooked. I contacted the City of London about all these fire hazards and they completely ignored me. So the City of London is negligent as well. I mean, if you were to contact, them about me, I've got like all these problems with my home as an insurance claims. Like if something went wrong, for example, if there was a house fire, okay, and I could prove all these things were existing, these fire hazards, she wouldn't be covered by insurance. She shouldn't even have insurance on this home with all these problems. Like, you can't install an industrial fan because it's a fire hazard. It doesn't have the same wiring. And if I were to ask for insurance with all these violations, they wouldn't cover me. And if I had a house fire and they found out all of these violations, they would decline my insurance. So I don't know why she's doing that. You know, there's no heat in the washer and dryer room in the basement. There's no heat down there. And you're not allowed to leave space heaters unattended. It literally says right on the manual, do not leave space heater unattended, could cause fire hazard. She set up all these fire hazards in her apartment, and she still has insurance on this place, which is beyond me. I don't understand it because, you know, when I worked for TD Canada Trust, you know, in accounts recovery and fraud management, you know, I knew people that worked in insurance claims. Like, they literally spent their entire day looking for these fire hazards to decline insurance claims. That was their job, to determine if the client was negligent. And they always found it. I'm actually trying to protect her from it. My lack of privacy is another box here. So, from February to end of April, the floor between the vacant apartment and Unit 2 was ripped up for about 2 or 3 months while they did construction. She would show up all the time to invite other tenants in, and I could hear everyone clearly. My privacy was completely removed, and I did not feel comfortable in my home. The walls were already paper thin before she ripped up the floor. Multiple times she has told me that I am under surveillance through cameras that I have been denied access to, neighbors she has asked to watch me, and her best friend in Unit 3 that relays information to her about me, and her friends on the street, other property managers. Not only has she told me this information, but I have confirmed it on record that she has people surveying me. Imagine how that would feel. Like, this is my home. And she's telling me that she has eyes on me. Like, I'm not sending people to her home, you know, and like watching what she does. I'm literally protecting myself by recording every time she comes, though, because I don't trust her, and I have every right to not trust her. But I don't go to her house. I don't follow her around. I don't have people following her. That's fucking psycho. That would fuck me up. That would, like, if I did that, oh my God, if I had like a bunch of friends of mine following her around and watching her, like, what kind of person does that make me? You know? It's not my fucking job. I'm not a fucking officer. I'm not a police officer. You know, I complained to the police to follow her around and check out her information, and they didn't. They let her do whatever she wanted. Hey. Aw. Got coffee. This sprayed me back. This is hard. This is so hard. Almost done. Just get through my applications and then deliver it. So, oh, excuse me. So my lack of privacy has deteriorated so much. Oh yeah. So I'm not the only one that feels it. Okay? The people who I asked to house sit, like my mom, you know, when my mom has house sit for me, she's felt that surveillance. Like, she feels like she's being watched by the clay shop and by my landlord. She's constantly here. When I was in Portugal, my mom watched my place for 3 weeks. This was in December of 2019 in January. You know, it snowed quite a bit. My mom has mobility issues. That's when she stopped doing the snow on the front step. And my mom has like mobility issues and had to walk my dog and her dog. And they're like literally the steps in the front are being totally ignored, and she's coming here every day to clear the steps for all the other tenants, and giving my mom rude looks while she's here taking care of my place. And she felt really uncomfortable. And every time someone has been here, like when I have friends over, they're like, yo, what's wrong with your landlord? She's really weird. Why is she giving you so many dirty looks? And I have to get into it. And I have to explain to them that I have a very difficult relationship with my landlord. And it's nothing that I want to get into, and it's not trauma that I want to relive. But because of her, presence on site and the way the way she presents herself to me, other people notice. That's how bad it is, and that's how much she's here, that other people even notice it when they visit. And I've been uncomfortable keeping people here. I've been uncomfortable bringing my friends over and entertaining. And it's, and I feel uncomfortable leaving and going to their place. Like, I've been invited from friends. My friends have been like, leave, like, come for a vacation, come up north, do this, do that. And I'm like, I can't, because as soon as I leave my apartment, she's going to go inside. And that is an extremely valid fear, because December 2021, the moment I left my apartment and she knew that I didn't have anyone watching, she fucking entered my apartment. Illegally. So my fear was completely valid. Like, I know these people. I know what kind of people these are. Jan SADDY is not the first person like this that I've dealt with. I know what I'm up against. And I was ready, and, and the fact that she's still getting away with it is really fucked up. So, I am afraid to leave my home. If I do, I get a house sitter. When these people are watching my place, they feel a steady presence of my landlord, and they feel like a fishbowl in my home with her friend who lives across the street constantly watching the clay shop. I have approached her watchdogs, and I do not feel threatened by them as much, really. They're just basically, I'm not scared of them, really. They're just talking to my landlord and telling her about everything. I'm more scared of my landlord. And I have asked them of their opinions of me on record, and they don't have the same opinion of me. So that's kind of why I was a little bit more comfortable, because, like, I got them on a recording to say how they feel about me, and should they be a witness in court, for example, it would contradict their record. And I did that in case, one day I approached all of them and talked to them about me and asked them about me and asked them what they thought about me, and got it all on a recording, specifically in the event that she asked them to testify in court and lie for them and lie for her. I wanted to get, the story correct. So, and I also told them what I was going through, to be like, hey, this is the kind of person you're helping by surveying me. So, like I said, I've never left my home unattended for very long. And this kind of life is really unacceptable, to feel trapped in this place. And housing is a human right, and I did not agree to pay $19,000 for this kind of life to be... Yeah, no one would. No one would. It feels like I'm in jail. And now let's talk about the hate crimes. And this application's from March 2021, okay? It's the first one. Hate crimes, autism. She's used really well common narratives. So when people have... It's the same narrative that people use against Black people, Black people are told all the time to lower their voice and calm down, or they seem threatening. People with autism have very similar expression of anger. It's extremely loud, and when I'm traumatized and having a meltdown, my heart is racing so hard, and it's hard for me to communicate and organize my thoughts, and everything's coming. All of the threats are because I have severe post-traumatic stress disorder. So with that, plus the autism, I'm like PTSD on steroids, okay? It's like coming from a war-torn country, and no matter you'll always get triggered, and you'll always go into a fight or flight mode. My mode is simply to fight, but it's through the court system. So I try to get what I need on record. I try to ask the right questions that the courts will ask, but the way that I do it is not like a song and dance. Like, I'm not happy. I'm very, very traumatized, and I'm forcing myself to get the right questions out to be used in court. And the entire time that I have done this, okay, I come across as extremely, and I know it. I wish I could change it. I really do. Like, I know this. My doctors have to deal with it. People that get to know me and love me, they have a choice whether or not they would like to continue a relationship with me based on how I respond to my triggers or not. And I let everybody know before we get too close. Like, if I'm in a relationship with somebody, if I'm getting to know somebody, I let them know, like, hey, listen, I'm an extremely traumatized, and I'm also very autistic. No new friends, because it's very difficult for me to make new friends. Because I have to go through that process of them getting to know how I respond to trauma, and it's hard for people to watch. And yeah, a lot of people do get scared, but they're not like scared because of me. They're scared because of narratives in the media of like how I am screaming, trying to get my message across, shaking, rocking back and forth, having like this uncontrollable fit about how I feel inside, and I actually need help when that happens. I don't want to hurt anyone. I need help at that moment. And I don't know how to ask for help in those situations. And so this entire time since the beginning, since December 2019, when I felt like my life was threatened in my home and my safety, I have resorted to that meltdown phase. And if you have any education and training on autism at all, as well as PTSD, then with that training, you would know that I'm actually doing better than most people would in my situation. Okay, that I'm actually doing a really, really good job considering all of the evidence. However, because of her ignorance towards people with autism, and her ignorance towards people with post-traumatic stress disorder, and her ignorance of her own actions towards me and how that can trigger me, well, I think she actually knows she wants to trigger me. She wants to push me over the edge. And so she's been doing so. She's been pushing all of my buttons to get me into a state of panic and meltdown. Okay? And then she takes that and uses it against me to say that I'm threatening and aggressive when I'm really not. I'm not at all. I actually need help. And I would never hurt anybody. But I do make people accountable. And it's very difficult to try and get evidence to support your narrative in that state of mind. So she's used my meltdown, okay, because of her abuse against me. And I wrote this. She's used those narratives, right, that should be well known. And I've also supplied the evidence for that. I supplied an entire discovery, or an entire annotated bibliography on autism so that people understood. It was overlooked. And what's been happening is that she's been abusing me and then using my meltdown, my response to abuse, against me. She lies, saying people are afraid of me as well. She said that the tenant upstairs was afraid of me. He was a nurse. I recorded conversations with him, and he wasn't afraid of me. My mom was a witness. Like, we both went up there together to tell him that my mom was going to be a sitter for the next 3 weeks before he moved out. And like, I went out and told him, I introduced my mom, and I'm like, hey, this is my mom. I'm going to be in Portugal for 3 weeks, and my mom's going to be watching my place. And they're like, oh, thank you for letting me know. Like, that's the kind of relationship I had with Unit 2. And later, she said that they moved out because they were afraid of me. which is a lie. People are afraid of autism, though. And those are the narratives that she's been using against me. People with autism are known to have other underlying personality problems, and, you know, trauma and things like that. And yeah, there are people with autism who have other issues, other underlying things, but it's not the autism that causes the danger. But like when you look at Columbine shooting, that kid had autism. When you look at the man who drove through Toronto, that guy who ran over a bunch of women in Toronto, they used autism as a criminal defense. So when you do stuff like that, when you use those narratives in criminal defenses and the media picks it up, people start to look at autism differently. They hear the word autism and they think, oh my God, if he snaps one day, maybe he's going to shoot us or run us over. And that's the kind of injustice that the narratives have, and the kind of response the everyday person has when they see someone autistic having a meltdown. They automatically go back to those false narratives, which falsely paint everyone with autism as abusive. She said that she's been afraid of me. Every single time I have gone over the top with her, I've been on the phone calling the police myself. I'm calling the police on her, okay? I'm asking for police presence to protect me from her, and she's telling me that she's afraid of me in those moments, and it's all recorded. Because I knew she would do this. She said tenants left because they're afraid of me. She's refused, and I even tried to spend time informing her of autism, and she's refused to look at it. She refused to inform her on autistic meltdowns and associated health risks. So every time I go into a meltdown, that's a risk to my health, because that could give me a stroke, I could have a seizure, I could have all these types of complications. Told her to stop putting me in these meltdowns, and she doesn't care. And because housing is a human right, you know, people with autism deserve a place to rent. So to see the ignorance in the tenancy is a crime. Like, every home should be accessible to everyone, including people with autism. And landlords should be aware on how to provide accommodations and make autistic people comfortable. And all she's done is make my life hell. And use how I respond to that hell against me, which is really, 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 really fucking abusive. It's like hitting your wife, and then when your wife reacts poorly and is upset about being smacked, he smacks her again, you know, and says, well, you shouldn't have reacted that way. And it's like saying that they deserve the abuse because they react to it in any way whatsoever. Needless to say, she is not someone I would want in my close circle. Ever. The thought of having someone to be married to her, I feel so bad for any of her victims. Oh yeah. Then my hate crimes towards my work. So due to my student loans, I had to start working online as an adult film actor. I became very well known and successful, and she has called my place a bordello, a brothel, said that it needed a match. She said that my place needed a match, which means it's like full of disease, right? It's people say that all the time to people like me, okay? You know, when there's the stigma of being a sex worker that we're full of disease, I get it all the time. It's not the first time someone has told me that I need a match, but this is now my landlord doing it. And I've signed a contract with her, and she has an obligation to not do this. And she did it on a recording. It's literally her video. It's a video of her saying it. And it's provided. And they keep telling me I don't give her any evidence. And they wonder why I get more and more upset. She has discussed with people on my street these rumors and has spread rumors about me to other people in the unit. She's cut off my hose, damaged plants and planters, called me a crazy plant person as well, like with my horticulture. Like, I'm a horticulturist. I love plants. It's my sacred space. It's my special interest. I'm a third generation gardener. And she even used that against me and called me a crazy plant person. And I'm like, and that hurt. It really did. Like, to see my landlord discriminating me for my love, for something that I love. And hate crimes against my medical marijuana. So, and discrimination against smokers. I'm a smoker. I smoke medicine. And she's discriminated me and created hate crimes for that as well. And has tried to change the lease and things like that. All of this is unacceptable. Wow, this is a lot. SADDY has directly used false stereotypes about my autism, defamatory narratives on autistic individuals against me due to Columbine, and has various other severe mass murders attributed to autism through the media, justice, education, healthcare system, and people have been allowed to apply such false narratives that generalize an entire community of autistic people. And I'm not the only autistic person that says this, but people have been allowed to apply these false narratives and stereotypes because of criminal justice using the narrative that autism is a criminal defense for, psychopathic behavior. Now, there is a difference between autism and psychopathy. Someone with autism can be a psychopath as well. The percentage of psychopathy is kind of even across the entire broad spectrum. There are people with schizophrenia that have psychopathic tendencies, and there are people with schizophrenia that do not have psychopathic tendencies. And on top of that, my university professor, Kim Luton, spent her entire life researching psychopaths in successful positions. And she came to the conclusion that, 1 in 4 people have psychopathic or sadistic tendencies. And of that 25% of the population, a very, very small fraction of those actually end up harming people and ending up in jail. Okay? And of that 25%, it can have any brain. They can have any combination of neurodiversity. They can be autistic, schizophrenic as well. They can have any other kind of underlying effect. And it's still a very small percentage of people, of the people that are psychopathic in that group, that actually resort to really dangerous criminal behavior. And that's the kind of narrative that percentage of people, everyone with autism and schizophrenia. So when you look at people with autism and schizophrenia, everyone pulls away from them because they're afraid that they will resort to psychopathic tendencies. But not all of us are psychopathic. It's very difficult to be alive with these stigmas. And it makes me want to kill myself, having to defend myself. And, whenever I have a meltdown, when I need help, when I need help, people pull away and treat me like a threat. And it's extremely difficult. And it makes me want to die. Like, I want to kill myself. Just imagine, crying for help and everybody treating you like a threat. It's extremely abusive to be in this position. And because of my meltdowns, she has pretended to be afraid of me. And when I say pretend, I really mean pretend to be afraid of me. This woman is not afraid of me, and I've proved it multiple times. Like, if you are actually afraid of somebody, you are in full defense. Full defense. And you don't push their buttons. You just, that in itself. And she's called me a threat multiple times when I'm recording her, asking her about the lawsuits or this and that, or why she's breaking my shit, or humiliating me. She's falsely spoke about me to neighbors and tenants, and has most likely made false statements to the police to exaggerate the narratives about autistic people being a threat. The system is responsible for this social injustice, but they also let this person, SADDY, they let this person be made an example of. I don't know what that means. I don't know if it makes sense there. Oh yeah. The system is responsible for this social injustice, but let this person be made an example of when not to do. I don't know. That's a bad sentence. Yeah, okay. So I'm basically trying to defend autism like I just did. People with autism should not have to be educating landlords. So it's like, shall they be well educated on the fact that autism does not cause psychopathic tendencies. And both non-autistic and autistic individuals present underlying personality disorders such as psychopathy, and that misleading the public on autism or using false narratives in court will cease immediately. Given the evidence on file, the only person with psychopathic tendencies is SADDY, and I will firmly state that on record and suggest that she be required to seek medical attention and be held criminally accountable, as anyone would be. When I threatened Jan with court on a recording on April 28th, she stuck her tongue out at me. When I asked if she would do that in front of the judge, she said that she might. That is not someone who is afraid of me, okay? Like, not a lot of people are afraid of me, like, actually afraid of me. Like, I'm not, like, people are afraid that I'm gonna hold them accountable, though. There are people, like, that don't want to be around me because they're fucking criminals, and I don't stand by it. And, like, if I see shitty behavior, I used to work in fucking fraud management. Like, when I used to work in fucking, like, I have a sense of morals, you know? If I see someone abusing somebody else, I fucking get in the middle of it. You know, I'm like, is everything okay? Like, and I look at the person being abused and I'm like, what happened? And I ask both sides. You know? This is hard. Suicide. Because of this woman, I've tried to kill myself a few times. After months of being ignored, fearing my own life and stability, I gave up. I have been suicidal for much of the time living here, and I lack the protection from her. The lack of protection from her makes me want to die. My fear is deeply rooted in the lack of protection, and each night I fall asleep thinking about what it would be like to feel safe or no longer oppressed and abused, to no longer have this pain and the inability to stop it. Her actions put me in the hospital. This needs to stop, and she should go to jail to be set an example. The lack of awareness to trauma, autism, and suicide is evident and is not acceptable. Romeo's death, given the entire narrative, I already talked about that, I can't do that again. Oh, God. I can't talk that about. So she killed my dog, okay? I talked about that in the other video. Water damage. Since living here, a ceiling light, filled up with water. The radiator leaks, loose faucet in bathroom, leaks under kitchen, and the outdoor house with a leak. All of these issues have been ignored. after this application, she actually fixed those because, like, I mean, I don't even know why she ignored them for so long. Like, this is her house. Like, water is very, very dangerous. Water is like, I think water is more of a damage to structural issues than fucking fire. You know, like, having a bunch of leaks all over your house, like, you're like rotting your home and the structure, and like that kind of fucking repair is like, you can't fix that once it's gotten to a certain point. You have to redo everything. And I tried to tell her, and she just completely ignored me. And when I submitted this application, she hired those people. My heat. I have been complaining about the heat in this apartment since I moved in. You know, when I moved in, I saw these radiators, and I thought, oh, I remember living in the radiator place, the last place I lived in, and it was so freaking hot, right? I was really kind of looking forward to having a really warm space. I like the warmth. Well, two of them don't work at all. So the kitchen, there's no heat in that room at all. The living room doesn't get nearly as hot as the bedroom and the other room, the dining room. And so I would have to, you know, block places off. When she hired somebody to fix the radiator, I had to stop him from doing damage to the radiator. I was like, there's a knob that no longer exists. And he was trying to open the valve. And even I knew better to be like, whoa, what do you mean you're going to break that off? Like, no. He just spent the entire morning breaking the one off in the basement, flooding the basement, shutting the water off, freaking banging for like fucking 6 hours. And then he comes up to my apartment and tells me the same thing. And I'm like, no, honey, you can just get a wrench and turn it. And I did. Oh, look at that. And I heard the whole conversation downstairs too, because there's no fucking sound barrier. Oh, I can't get it. And I had no idea what they were doing. And when he showed me what he was about to do up here, and I put it together with what they did downstairs, I was like, oh my God. This guy is a radiator specialist? And I know better? And I have no training at all? Other than simple use of my radiators over my life? So I helped him avoid the same damage to the one in my unit. See photos I submitted. And then after he left, my services to the heat worsened. Okay? They got worse. She hired someone to fix my radiators, and my apartment got colder. I complained. She did nothing. When I had my family over for Christmas, they stayed in their winter coats. Okay? We opened presents by the fire in our winter coats. I mean, they're like, why is your place so cold? I have pictures of that. I have pictures of my cousin opening up presents in fucking her winter coat. It was really awful. And she refused to do anything. The heat improved near the end of winter 2021 a little bit after complaints of the city and everyone. And a great deal of damage to plants occurred during the winter of 2019 and 2020. I lost a lot of plants, okay? A lot of really sensitive plants from tropical zones that can't go below a certain temperature. They all died back. And I had to cut them back, and some of them I lost completely because they couldn't regrow in the cold. I had to turn on the hot water in the shower for 10 There's no heat in the bathroom either. And it was so, because I closed the door in that bathroom to keep the rest of the place warm. Oh my God, it was so freaking cold every time I showered that I would jump in there really quick and I turn the heat on full blast to warm up the bathroom before showering. Because it was so fucking cold. Oh my God, this is not what I paid for. Yeah, it also talks, I could keep things out of the fridge because the kitchen had no heat as well. The kitchen was a fucking fridge. I put a curtain on the door so that you know, kept the other places warm, because if they were all open, they would just like, the kitchen would just literally suck the heat right out of the apartment. And I mean, my butter stayed cold. Everything was like a brick. Like my butter that I would, you know, you want to leave butter out so you can put on your toast. No, honey, I had to microwave my fucking butter to put it on my fucking toast every day, because my kitchen was so fucking cold in the winter. Like, just thinking about the life I've had here is just fucking hilarious. And, you know, in the worst way. The things I wrote in this. Oh my god, it's so true though. Everything. I closed off heat spaces. I spent most of the time in the dining room because of the fireplace. And this information was not given to me in the contract. And even my mother asked Jan in December while she was house sitting to warm up the place, and she ignored her. Everyone that comes over says it's too cold. And I can't control my heat. It is better now though. They found a way to turn on the what was it, in 2022? February 2022, the radiator in the kitchen started to work for the first time. For the first time. That blew me away. It was warmer. And my places got evenly warm. And I do believe she had technicians here, but I have been complaining this entire time. And this was submitted in March 2021, and none of that was fixed for over the winter of 2021. And at the end of that winter, February 2021, January 2021, I noticed a difference. So it was possible to keep this place evenly heated, minus the bathroom. And I was denied. That's vital services. Snow removal. This was weird. So she paid someone to do snow removal. Every single time this person came by, they didn't do my front door. They ignored it. I had to do my own snow removal the whole time I lived here. The entire time I've lived here, I had to do my own snow removal, but it's included in the lease. And my front door was not shoveled. The first time they started shoveling it was in February 2022. There was a new contractor that was coming here to do the snow removal in the end of the winter of 2021, the same kind of way the heat came on and everything. And that was the first time that my front door started to get shoveled. I even asked some of her contractors, and they're like, no, we were told not to do that. And I'm like, okay, but you're here to do 4 flights of stairs for someone else, and you can't, and you're okay with not doing my steps? Which, there's only 5 steps. And I'm just like, snow removal's included, but apparently not for me. And she stopped doing snow removal long before I stopped paying rent. And she used to say, well, you're not paying rent. She actually said to me once, well, you're not paying rent. I'm not going to shovel your snow. And I'm like, well, you started that before I stopped paying rent. The winter of 2020, 2019, 2020, she didn't do my snow removal for my mom when I was in Portugal. And nor in the end of 2020, 2021 winter. And it's like I stopped paying rent in June 2020 because of her eviction notice to get me out of here in 7 days. And all the other big issues. Missing bedroom. I already talked about that. The apartment was sold to me as a 2-bedroom. I was going to rent out of the 2nd bedroom, but upon moving in and discovering the function of the space, this is only a 1-bedroom unit. Everyone I asked turned it down due to the lack of closet and privacy, and it is impossible to list this as a 2-bedroom apartment. Indoor smoking. Given today's discrimination against smokers, finding a place that allows smoking is a luxury. Considering my disability, how I work from home, and the stresses of my life, this luxury, because I specifically looked for a place that allowed smoking, was taken away through threats and coercive behavior. I told her no, I put my foot down, that I wasn't stopping. Now, this is what I agreed to. And she became abusive and coercive, and I had to give up that right from December 2019 until I started smoking in here again. I don't know, actually. I'm trying to think. Sometime in 2020, I think I was just like, you know what? I think it was around August or so when I was trying to kill myself. August 2020, and she gave me those letters and all that, all those perjury items. That's when I think I remember telling her, well, I'm smoking in here now, because there's nothing you can do about it, and it says on the lease that I can. And I never gave her anything in writing that I would agree to any addendum. So I was like, you know what, I know what my rights are, and I'm not smoking outside anymore because I feel scared to see her, and I didn't feel comfortable increasing my exposure outside. And even though outside is my favorite place to be, and my garden, with her being on site, coming around unexpectedly all the time, I no longer felt safe to smoke outside without going into a meltdown seeing her Jeep. The homeowner, this is about water supply. Homeowner never gave notice when the water was going to be disconnected. It interrupted my life. She also disconnected the hose to my water garden, to water my garden. She ignored me when I asked for the service to be turned back on, and I had to ask my neighbors to ask for the hose to be turned on. And then she complained about my garden, which gave me the reason that she retaliated and abused her power over the water supply. So you can't do this. So if I agree to, before moving into garden, you know, she shut off the water because I was watering my garden, right? But it's like, that's how I use my space. Like, you know, like, she could turn off the hose, but I'm still going to use the water from the tap if I had to, which is what I was doing. And I'm like, you can't disrupt the enjoyment of my life like that just because you don't want that to happen. Like, if you rent it to someone and they shower 10 times a day, for example, you can't be like, you know, I rent it to you, but I don't want you showering that many times. You know, it's very weird to see how she's responded and how unaware she is of her own infractions, you know? And she's done it all in writing. Like, those were text messages that I had to get my friends upstairs to call Jan SADDY to turn the water back on. Adam, Ali, and Spencer. Well, Spencer is very kind. He contacted Jan for her, and Adam did as well. And that's when Jan said to me, well, I turned it off because you're watering your garden. I'm like, oh, okay. Prove to me that you're discriminating. Like, that's proof. And she can't do that. I told her lawyer, and she turned it back on. She's just made herself look so bad. Eviction services. You know, the landlord has consistently proved throughout my tenancy that she did not respect the Ontario Land Tenant Board. She does not respect the policies in place. She doesn't respect the judge. She doesn't respect the eviction process or my rights. And she's done whatever she's wanted. She's taking advantage of the lack of regulation and minimal consequences for landlords who abuse these services as well. So she knows that there's a lack of regulation. She knows that she can get away with things, and she's doing it. And that's criminal negligence on the board's part. Lawn care. In 2019, when I first moved in, she had a landscaper, okay? To prune things, cut the grass, and that lasted for 2 months of my lease, all right? After that, we had a conflict, and in 2020, she didn't cut the grass once, okay? In 2020, she did not cut the grass once. I was so humiliated because I had this gorgeous garden and all this long grass. I actually started hiring people to come and cut the grass. Proof is on file. And she said she's responsible for the lawn care, right? So while all other residents around me were kept, this entire street has lawn care. I was in shock, okay? It was embarrassing to have this, 2 foot, 3 foot long grass. Downtown London, I looked completely deranged. I looked unhinged to anyone walking by. Like, who the fuck is that unhinged person? With this beautiful garden and this 2 foot long grass. So I hired someone to cut it. And then I sent it to her lawyer. And then her lawyer was like, you better start doing the grass because it's your job. And that's when she came by with a lawnmower at the end of October 2020. Okay. First time cutting the grass all year. And accused me of my dog shit, which I had just had a broken rib. And then she ran over my garden with her lawnmower and stalled her lawnmower chopping up my garden on a video. Submitted. But according to the board and all these papers, I haven't submitted any evidence at all. And this is why I'm the way that I am, people. I am so traumatized by all of this. And I'm more traumatized by the lack of protection. I need to take a break. This was the Human Rights Support Center. This was issued May 2021 after the other one, after the T2. Talking about my race, disability, class, sex work, swearing, meltdowns, the constant retaliation. And I said I want everything on public record to protect everyone else that runs from her. That was really important to me. The people that are involved, London Police, CMHA, EMS, LHSC, Ontario Land Tenant Board, Law Society, Middlesex Legal, Healthcare Connect, emergency services, oh my god, did nothing. Okay. T2 number 2. This is a year since the first application has been submitted. See attached, 100,000 words on trauma from Ontario Land Tenant Board and Jan SADDY from April 21st, 2020. So I'm referring to the first application. Please see attached, videos, links. As I have said from the video, and the beginning, you must understand my entire climate to understand what you all contributed to. I will be sending from my employer to my relationship with the police and how they've treated me. Everything. It all needs to be put on record. to understand everything and why I'm so scared and timid and reactive and why I'm so meltdown city, right? I asked on where to send the hard drive. Nobody got back to me. Please need me. I wrote this really quickly in a lot of trauma. God, this is hard. You know what? Honestly, refer to this. I'm honestly done. I can't keep doing this. This is all in writing. Okay, this has been submitted. She hasn't defended any of this other than saying I vehemently defend myself and deny everything. She's denied everything. I've provided a to the date itemized table of contents, okay, as well as evidence and video evidence of all of these claims. And she's denied all of them, even though I have a recording of her doing so. This is since my last application. So I'm just going to read this. And I'm going to put it together and send it because that's going to be more work. You have this. My Human Rights Tribunal application. I've responded to all of her things. She hasn't given me a chance to respond to any of this. She hasn't reviewed any of the evidence. She knows where it is. So does her lawyer. Since my last application, I have suffered, with dates on the attached documents, clear narratives with evidence, okay, public humiliation, intimidation, bullying, assault with a vehicle, very specific and public hate crimes, in the daylight, on recording, torture, obstruction of justice, impeding an investigation, false pretenses for reasons of false entry, false fire alarm inspection. I already talked about that. Forced entry, more hate crimes, nuisance, destroying more of my property, abuse of system resources, asking the police to wash off my message of truth and reconciliation. She's already washed it off 5 times. I've never given her a reason to be afraid of washing it off. I just put it back on. Chalk, people. That was extremely humiliating. Bullying me with the police right beside them. At 10 p.m. too, no less. Humiliating me in front of everyone. Physical assault with her car. And the police, Ontario Lieutenant Board, have all been made aware of it. And on record, nothing. Still, nothing. No compensation, no resolution. Still traumatized every single day. And every single day, it becomes harder here. Okay? Just read it. This is very thorough. And I responded to this whole thing. You know what? Now I have to put it together and just glue it up and send it to the courts. And I've already submitted the evidence multiple times. Okay? It's crazy.